Daryl, I'm going to shift you to an attendee at the moment because we're going to lead with public witnesses first. And so when we get to government witnesses, I'll shift you back over as a panelist.
Thank you.
Hey, Philip, I'm going to shift you to an attendee mode until we get to your measure, and I'll pull you back over as a panelist.
Okay.
Hey, Andrew, I'm going to shift you over as an attendee, and we'll pull you back over as a panelist once we get to the bill that you're going to speak on.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, gentlemen, we can begin momentarily. Whenever you're ready.
Chairman McDuffie, I see that you are here. Do you want to kick us off? Or do you want me to?
I'm happy to. I appreciate you and the interactions and collaboration with your team that I was able to join. And so I'll kick it off. Thank you, Councilmember. Good afternoon. I'm Kenya McDuffie, Councilmember for Ward 5 and Chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today's Tuesday, October 25th, 2022, and we're convening this hearing virtually via Zoom. It's also being streamed on www.kenyamcduffie ward5.com/live, and the time is now 11:01 p.m. and I'm calling to order this joint public hearing. Today, the committee will consider the following measures. Bill 24-1033, the Hill East Phase 2 Bundle 2 Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022. Bill 24-829, the Medical Malpractice Clarification Amendment Act of 2022. Bill 24-831, the Reproductive Healthcare Insurance Coverage Expansion Amendment Act of 2022. And Bill 24-699, the Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022. Bill 24-28, the HIV In-Home Test Tax Exemption Act of 2021. Bill 24- I'm not sure if this is a typo on the number, but it's the Fair Meals Delivery Act of 2021. With me is Councilmember Robert White, Chair of the Council's Committee on Government Operations and Facilities, who will turn to momentarily for an opening statement. Our committees are convening jointly to hear the first measure, Bill 24-1033, the Hill East Phase 2 Bundle 2 Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022. This act would declare as surplus and authorize the mayor to dispose of the District of Columbia owned real property known as Hill East Phase 2 Bundle 2, located between Independence Avenue Southeast and Massachusetts Avenue Southeast, east of 19th Street Southeast, and known for taxation purposes as a portion of Lot 0007 and Square 1112E. The developer for this project was selected in response to an equity RFP, which prioritizes the selection of qualified developers of color and requires substantial CBE and equity participation of developers and contractors of color. And my committee encouraged DMPED to create this equity RFP in an effort to try to even the playing field, so to speak, and allow more developers and contractors of color to serve as leads on development projects of this sort, and make sure that the equity participation is reflected in the preferences there. With respect to the ultimate development plan, the RFP required the developer to adhere to specific community-focused requirements that would maximize affordable housing, maximize equity ownership and majority control opportunities for disadvantaged business enterprises, include uses that are compatible and leverage surrounding neighborhood development, demonstrate responsiveness to community and stakeholder preferences, propose sustainable and energy efficient buildings, and reflect the project's proximity to multiple public transit options. As a result, the development team proposes a mixed-use development consisting of approximately 1,246 residential units, of which approximately 741 units will be affordable, approximately 60,000 square feet of retail space, a 150-key hotel, a central park named in honor of Relisha Rudd, and approximately 380 parking spaces. My focus during today's hearing will be to ensure that the proposed disposition meets requirements set forth in both the district's CBE and property disposition laws. And with that, I'm going to turn to at-large council member and my colleague, co-chair, Robert White, for remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie. And is it okay if I give remarks on the two abortion-related bills as well as the Hill East Park?
Sure, please.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank you for holding a hearing on Bill 24-831, the Reproductive Healthcare Insurance Coverage Expansion Amendment Act of 2022, and Bill 24-829, the Medical Malpractice Clarification Amendment Act of 2022, along with 9 of my colleagues that I introduced this along with 9 of my colleagues in the weeks following the leak of the draft Dobbs decision, signaling that the Supreme Court would overturn Roe v. Wade. These bills are important pieces to the council's recent work to strengthen and protect abortion access in the district in the wake of the Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court decision opens the door for states to restrict a person's ability to choose if, when, and how to give birth, and poses a grave threat to people's autonomy and ability to lead self-directed lives. Abortion access has been linked to general health and well-being, educational attainment, and improved economic success. Access is especially important in the district where the Black maternity and maternal mortality rate is twice as high as the national average. Access to abortion was already challenging for low income people, Black people, and other people of color. This decision will exacerbate those trends by making it more difficult and more expensive to access abortion and by concentrating access to fewer jurisdictions. The district can and must do more to protect reproductive rights and ensure access to abortion care for district residents. Abortion is legal in the District of Columbia. I'm proud that we are a community that ensures the right to choose, but having legal access is only part of that equation. The out-of-pocket cost for an abortion varies widely depending on whether you are insured and what your insurance will cover. In a 2014 survey of abortion clients across the United States, 31% of abortion clients had private insurance, but only 7% used it to cover some or all of the procedure. Patients' out-of-pocket costs can be hundreds or thousands of dollars, even when they have private insurance, either because their plan doesn't cover the care or because it requires some amount of cost sharing. Insurance coverage matters. If patients need to spend time finding funds to pay for the abortion, they may delay care, and the later an abortion takes place, the more expensive it will be. DC protects the right to abortion. We should also ensure access as best we can. We know that Congress ties our hands in using local funds to provide abortion care, but we have the ability to support residents with private insurance. Bill 24-831, the Reproductive Healthcare Insurance Coverage Expansion Amendment Act, will require private insurers to provide coverage for abortion care and put an end to out-of-pocket costs paid by those seeking abortion. For more than half of residents with private insurance in the district, this bill will ensure that money will not be a barrier to their care. But for patients to have access to abortion, we also need healthcare providers providing that critical care here in the district. In the months after the Dobbs decision, physicians, nurses, and other healthcare providers encountered a patchwork of conflicting laws, court decisions, and regulatory structures across 50 states and the district. Many physicians, and other healthcare professionals are licensed in more than one state and are navigating a complex and shifting landscape. Providers are worried as they face a dark shadow of civil lawsuits and criminal prosecution. Moreover, getting entangled in a court case has further consequences. It can put a provider's license at risk and prompt medical malpractice insurers to raise rates or drop insurance coverage entirely. Without a license and malpractice insurance, a provider cannot practice. A provider cannot provide the care that people need. This bill, along with B 24-830, the Protecting Health Professionals Providing Reproductive Healthcare Amendment Act that I introduced and is pending before the Committee on Health, will ensure that healthcare professionals can continue providing safe and legal reproductive health care and abortion services without fear of consequences. It is imperative that we pass these bills. They allow district providers to continue to provide safe abortion and reproductive health care in the district. Many of our residents worry about their access to abortion as DC continues to be a haven for residents from other states seeking abortion care. One way we can make sure they have access is to protect providers so they can continue serving district residents. Really appreciate Councilmember McDuffie agreeing to hold a hearing on these two bills, and I look forward to hearing feedback from witnesses on these later today. On Bill 24-1033 on Hill East, which is first on today's agenda, this bill would declare that 3 parcels on the Hill East campus are no longer needed for district government purposes. Then it would authorize the mayor to dispose of 2 of the parcels and some surrounding street space via a 99-year ground lease at nominal rent, and to dispose of the remaining parcel via an outright sale for $1. This would enable the recipient, which is a joint venture of 6 different entities, to build condo and apartment buildings with over 1,200 total housing units, including about 115 co-living bedrooms. About a third of the housing units would be dedicated affordable units. The developers would also agree to build a hotel, some retail space, and a park. I have some concerns about the executive's approach to real property surplus decisions in general, and I'm preparing to introduce legislation to reform the process. However, I don't anticipate asking too many more questions about the surplus process in this instance today. The Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, or DMPED, used a shared process to reach its surplus determination for the bundles before us today and another adjacent bundle on the Hill East campus. Chairperson McDuffie and I co-chaired a hearing about that other real property bundle last week, and I discussed the surplus process with DMPED's representatives there. I'll briefly note for the record that if this development goes forward as proposed, the residents' nearest public library will be about 1.5 miles away. I think it's really unfortunate that the executive branch doesn't have a meaningful process to check for that sort of gap when we give away our real property assets, and I'm excited to work with them on solutions. In the meantime, there are some very positive aspects to the proposal that is before us, and I look forward to hearing more about it today. Again, Chairman McDuffie, thank you for holding a hearing on all 3 of these important bills.
Thank you, Chairman White. I'm going to turn next to Ward 2 Council Member and member of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, Pinto, for an opening. Thank you for joining us, Council Member.
Great to see you. Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie, for holding this hearing this afternoon. I want to acknowledge the huge import of all 6 of the bills being discussed in today's hearing and the salient issues they address, especially around supporting the rights of our residents and their reproductive health care. And thank you, Councilmember White, for your comments there. But I want to discuss particularly a bill that I introduced, the HIV In-Home Test Tax Exemption Amendment Act of 2021. 10 years ago, the Food and Drug Administration approved a new HIV in-home test that for the first time made it possible for Americans to learn in the privacy of their own homes whether they carried the HIV virus. This was yet another step in the normalization of a disease that was once seen as a mark of shame and a death sentence. Much like our understanding of the importance of rapid at-home COVID testing for prevention and public health, HIV testing and treatment have become crucial to HIV prevention and public health. We know that making at-home testing easy and accessible is necessary for uptake and utilization, and it also requires affordability. HIV in-home tests can cost between $46 and $70 at pharmacies, a significant amount of money for many district residents. By exempting HIV in-home tests from taxation, as was previously done for COVID-19 at-home tests, this bill will make HIV in-home tests more accessible to our district residents. And by doing so, it will help us prevent the spread of HIV. I also want to highlight that this idea came to us directly from a resident who went into a pharmacy to purchase a test kit and noticed this cost and flagged it for me in my office. We are so grateful for the many engaged residents who notice injustices in our city and bring them to our attention. That is what we are here for, and we will continue to rely on the collaboration from our incredibly engaged community. So thank you very much again, Chairman McDuffie, for you and your team and all of your work on this hearing today and this bill.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. We are going to turn next to our first public witnesses for the first measure on our agenda. And just as a reminder for the public witnesses, we're going to have 3 minutes for each of you to provide oral testimony, and all participants should please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. The first witness is Zulika Anayat, who's the Director of Development for BRP. We've got Evans Charles with Frontier Development and Hospitality Group. Kamayu Brown, Head of Sales, Google. We got Babatunde. I don't want to mispronounce your last name. And so I'm gonna let you tell me how to pronounce it. With the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization. Joel Caston, who we heard from, both Councilmember Robert White and I heard from at the last surplus and disposition for the Hill East Parcel 1, who's Commissioner of ANC 7F07, as well as Commissioner Tyrell Holcomb, who joined us at that prior hearing. We're gonna bring folks on, starting first with the representative from BRP. And good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. You're gonna have 3 minutes. You can begin your, actually, no, let's start with Evans Charles with Frontier Development. Mr. Charles, if you can unmute yourself and you can begin your testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and Chairperson White and the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. I am Evans Charles, a DC native and principal of Frontier Development and Hospitality Group, a DC-based real estate development company with a diverse portfolio of hospitality and multifamily investments. Together with BRP Development Corporation, one of the largest minority-owned affordable and workforce housing development firms in the country, we lead a development team called R13 Community Partners. We are 51% CBE owned, and as championed by Chairperson McDuffie, we are 100% African-American owned and are led by all DC natives. I am testifying in support of Bill 24-1033, the Hill Lease Phase 2 Bundle 2 Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022. Our project, in keeping with the Hill Lease Master Plan, represents an inclusive vision for a vibrant neighborhood built on equality, housing stability, and improved outcomes for residents of all incomes. The Hill Lease Phase 2 Bundle 2 site is a compilation of 3 parcels totaling over 275,000 square feet, situated in the area formerly known as Reservation 13. Our project is a 3-phased mixed-use transit-oriented development consisting of rental and for-sale housing, co-living space, a Marriott hotel, retail, parking, and green space. The design will be sustainable and energy efficient, connecting the site to the larger neighborhood, both physically and socially, with the new tree-lined street and all new infrastructure. The overall project will provide 1,005 high-quality rental units, 115 co-living beds, and 126 condominium units and townhomes. We will greatly exceed the minimum affordability requirement of the district and significantly contribute to the district's effort to address the affordable housing crisis. 2/3 of all rental units will be made affordable, serving a broad range of income levels and subject to an affordable housing covenant. 334 units will be deeply affordable at 30 to 50% of the MFI, and an additional 334 units will serve middle income households at 80% of MFI. In addition, 30% of co-living beds and 30% of the home ownership units will be deeply affordable at 30 to 50% of MFI. Our proposal offers 60,000 square feet of much needed retail for the surrounding community, including a healthy organic grocer, which does not currently exist in the immediate area, a local small business incubator, and a job training and placement program. We will provide 150 key Marriott Hotel, the first premium branded lodging accommodation in the Hill Lease area. Our master plan centers around a new 1-acre park and integrates open space across the site to provide recreational opportunity to the residents and visitors, encouraging active and healthy lifestyle and fostering a sense of stewardship and community. Over its 3 phases, the project is estimated to create more than 4,178 jobs during construction. Our team is committed to filling these positions with local residents and will implement our robust outreach efforts to reach as many local candidates as possible as part of its first source commitment. Additionally, the site is expected to generate new tax revenues for the district, including $1.5 million in annual property taxes and $1 million in annual sales taxes. Finally, to touch on something I said a few minutes ago, the project will be the largest ever completed in DC by an all African-American development team. 5 of the 7 ownership groups are CBEs and 1 is a nonprofit. In tandem with the Hill Lease Master Plan, our proposal for Bundle 2 will contribute to the dynamic transformation of the Hill Lease neighborhood by integrating it with the rest of the district and creating new social, economic, and residential opportunities for local residents. In closing, I would like to thank the Deputy Mayor's Office, Sarosh Opal-Dwala, and his team for all of their work on this project and the RFP. They have been working tirelessly for years on this vision, and those efforts show. We are grateful to have received a letter of support for Ward 7 Councilmember Gray, and the ANC 7F has also
Mr. Charles, I'm gonna have to jump in just because I let you go a little bit over your time, but I'm sure we're gonna get into much of this during the question and answer period, but I want to make sure we have an opportunity to give 3 minutes to the other witnesses who are part of this panel. And I'll just ask those witnesses to be mindful of the clock. If we can turn next to Zulika Inayat. And please let me know if I totally butchered your name.
Hi. Yes, by way of introduction, I'm Zuleika Inayat, Development Director at DRP Development Corp., who is co-lead developer along with Evans Group Frontier Development. I will actually not be providing testimony today. I will be present to answer any of them. I will be available to answer any questions.
Okay. And is that the case as well for Mr. Oloyede?
No, Chairperson McDuffie, I will be providing a
All
testimony.
right. You've got, good afternoon to you, and you've got 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Thanks for being here.
Now, thank you for having me. A good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the Business and Economic Development Committee, and Chairperson White and members of the Government on Operations Facilities Committee. My name is Babatunde Oloyede, and I am the President and CEO of the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization, Incorporated, affectionately known as MHCDO. The Marshall Heights Community Development Organization is a nonprofit community-based organization that has undertaken community development activities in Ward 7 of Washington, D.C. since 1979. MHCDO's mission statement is to help grow Ward 7 into the District of Columbia's most welcoming, prospering, livable community for everyone. The organization provides services designed to increase affordable housing opportunities, expand economic opportunities, and improve the quality of life for individuals and families. MHCDO has 5 components that comprise its economic development model: health, education and wellness, small business development, housing services, real estate development, and workforce development training. For over 43 years, MHCDO has provided economic resources and opportunities for improving the community and has launched several initiatives aimed at improving the lives of Ward 7 residents. It is with this perspective that MHCDO confidently supports Frontier Development's proposal for the Bill 24-1033 Hill East Phase 2 Bundle 2 Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022. MHCDO supports the project led by Frontier Development because it aligns with several MHCDO initiatives. By aligning with these initiatives, the Frontier Development Project will create economic opportunity and value for the community. MHCDO looks forward to collaborating with Frontier Development to ensure that Ward 7 residents participate in the following project components: home ownership opportunities across all income levels, rental housing opportunities across all income levels, small business opportunities, employment and career opportunities. During the organization's FY22, more than 2,700 residents and small business owners utilized training, mentoring, and educational workshops provided by MHCDO to enhance wealth building, financial literacy skills, home ownership opportunities, or work-related skills. MHCDO supports initiatives to promote entrepreneurship and small business development. In FY22, MHCDO assisted 36 new and growing businesses owned and operated by returning citizens through the We Aspire program. Through the Dream Grants program, more than 40 existing businesses based in Wards 7 and 8 received technical assistance and funding. Both programs provided much needed resources and working capital. In addition, the business owners received training in financial management, marketing, and business strategy. MHCDO distributed over $400,000 to these programs for returning citizens and Ward 7 and 8 business owners in 2022, supporting the growth and development of more than 50 minority-owned.
Mr. Oloyede, you've actually exceeded your time. And I wanted to note, I don't think that anybody on this panel as far as provided written testimony. We would really appreciate it for the record for the committee if you all could submit your testimony in writing via email.
I will certainly do that, Chairperson McDuffie. Could you just give me 10 seconds?
You can summarize, please. Thanks.
Okay. MHCDO has the bona fides and community economic development organizations to provide well-positioned resources to both bundles slated for development on this site, and MHCDO looks forward to collaborating on both projects to ensure these projects create the intended value for the community.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Commissioner Castone. Thank you for joining us yet again. And good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to you, and also good afternoon to Councilmember Robert White Jr. Yesterday, I had the privilege of meeting a young woman who was released from DC jail. I took great honor in sharing with her that the Ethel building has been built for women just like her. In the same vein, I have the same pride to say that I met with Mr. Evans Charles, and the vision that he has answered the questions of so many Native Ward 7 members who are asking the question, what about us? This bundle, this phase answers their questions. It dovetails perfectly with the vision that you cast, sir. Right now, so many people, particularly developers of color, have been priced out of this moment. But however, this bundle, this group meets that need. I'm proud to say that home ownership is the catalyst for financial growth. What we have here is home ownership was one of my main questions I asked the developers about home ownership. And when they shared with me that home ownership in the form of townhouses, condominiums, etc., and the numbers, which was already shared earlier on this panel today, met that need. So with great pride, I stand in solidarity with my commission and supporting this. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I'm going to turn to our questions, and I will kick it off. Just going to start with, I don't know if Chairman Robert White is on. So, Mr. Charles, your development plan poses the creation of, I believe it's 1,246 residential units, of which 741 are proposed to be affordable units. Talk about the unit mix and how you got there. In terms of sizes of bedrooms, if you all want to chat about that.
Sure, Chairperson McDuffie, I'll take this question.
Okay.
Thank you for your question. So I suppose I'll start with the affordable unit mix. So of those 741 affordable units, we have 146 studios, 310 one-bedrooms, 193 two-bedrooms, 57 three-bedrooms, as well as 35 co-living bedrooms. In addition to those affordable units, we have a total of 505 market rate units, which I can go into detail if you would like.
You know what I like? I'd love for you to go into detail about the co-living units. You mentioned, I think it's 35 co-living units. If you could talk a little bit about what co-living units are and how they're different from traditional two bedrooms, I guess it would be.
Sure, of course. So co-living is a residential community living model that accommodates 3 or 4 unrelated people living in the same shared dwelling unit. So really this takes the form of 3 or 4 bedrooms centered around a shared kitchen, shared living space. So in this way, residents can take advantage of high quality residences, amenities such as fitness center and lounge, all for a lower price point than renting a studio.
Okay. And it's interesting. Have you done that? Have you all done that anywhere else in your work across the country?
One of our partners in this development group, Colin, has done this multiple times in multiple markets.
And then of the units that are actually 3-bedroom units, are they located in the same proposed building? Are they in townhomes? Are they in 2 over 2s? Where would these 3-bedroom or larger units end up being as a part of the project? And if if you're going to construct this in phases, what phase would some of these be in?
So the co-living units are housed within one of the multifamily rental buildings and will be constructed in phase 2 of the project.
Got it. In terms of the mixed uses, talk a little bit about, we talked about some of the residential. And just to be clear on the residential side, it is up to what percentage of median family income for the affordable units?
We are offering a mixture of 30% MFI, 50% MFI, and 80% MFI.
And what percentage of the overall residential units are going to be affordable?
On the multifamily rental side, that is 66% affordable. On the co-living and for sale portion, that is 30% affordable.
Okay.
And Chairperson, I'd like to note that we far exceeded the minimum requirement for affordable in the district here in our project.
Sure. I believe given the proximity to transit for the disposition under 10801, it's a baseline of 30%. So the project does overall exceed that threshold. Talk about the retail component. What's the plan for some of the retail spaces that are part of this proposed project?
I could take that. So we have about 65,000 square feet of retail, allocated for this project. We have about 35,000 of it that's going to be targeting a mid-box grocer. We understand that there's a need for food in the community or so. The other spaces, we really like to see local Ward 7 based businesses have an opportunity to set up shop within our community and have an opportunity to thrive in their respective businesses or so. We're going to be working closely with Marshall Heights Community Development Organization, who's a partner here, to assist us with that small business incubation, in addition to workforce housing and some other services that we're looking to have implemented throughout the community.
Okay. And then talk about the hotel component, the types of things that went into your decision making around including the hotel component in this proposed development. I think you mentioned during your testimony that it's going to be, I think, the first one in that part of the community over in Ward 7.
Sure. To my knowledge, it'll be the first hotel in the entire ward. And if you look at the area adjacent to it, where the RFK is currently housed, and all of that space is dedicated for events and entertainment or so. And but outside of that, just in proximity to the Navy Yard and other demand generators that we foresee, we just felt that to bring a true mixed-use development program and to bring an international brand like Marriott to the table, who've expressed interest in partnering with us. It was and also the job creation element to it, the amenities that we will provide, the transient guests that we're going to bring into the community to also help support the local retail. We see all of that as just a net positive and being accretive to the entire program overall.
Okay, I'm going to turn, I'll likely do another round, but I'm going to turn for a round to my co-chair, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Just a couple questions. I have a number of questions for DMPED, but just a couple questions for you. First, with respect to the park, parcel E is intended to become a public park, but this is also part of the land that's being transferred to a private party. Do you have any thoughts on why we would transfer public land to a private party in order to turn it into a public park?
I would defer that to DMPED.
Okay.
Relates to the reasoning behind it.
Okay. Who's going to be in charge of maintenance for the park?
The developer.
We will.
Okay. And on the, how does the affordability for the condos break down?
For the, sorry, if I can clarify your question, Councilperson White, do you mean for the entire for sale portion or specifically condominium building?
Or in all the for sale residences?
All the for sale residences. So in terms of the affordable for sale opportunities, we are offering 10 studios, 12 one bedrooms, 12 two bedrooms, and 4 3 bedroom units for a total of 38 affordable homeownership opportunities.
Okay, and what's the affordability on there?
It is split 50-50 between 30% of MFI and 50% of MFI, so all deeply affordable.
Okay, and we have seen some issues with condos in the district in the past with ongoing maintenance issues. Do you anticipate any issues there, let's say 10, 15 years down the line?
I would say that in our experience across various markets, we have experience in managing and selling homeownership opportunities, and we do implement a portion of our of the budget to maintenance and operations as part of the sales price. So that is determined with in conjunction with DHCD.
Okay, I appreciate it. Those are all the questions I have. Babatunde, glad to have you all here at the table for this. I appreciate your testimony as well. Chairman McDuffie, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman White. Let's have a couple more questions. The Hill East Master Plan it really identifies several goals for the overall development site. It includes sustainable infrastructure development and environmentally sensitive design. I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about what, if any, ways your proposal addresses those goals.
So I can take this one. In addition to the open space that we are providing with the Central Park, the streetscape design, the walkable streets all promote healthy pedestrian circulation. We have a community bike share station and bike storage rooms in each building to encourage the use of bike riding. There's access to the nearby Stadium Armory Metro Station. And as far as sustainable design, we will be meeting the LEED requirements and other DC required energy goals as part of this development.
Okay, and what about any potential subsidies? Do you all anticipate needing any potential district subsidies to support development of the project?
Yes, the developer will be seeking subsidy as mentioned in the disposition surplus package. So there is a feasibility gap in the project financials due to the amount of affordable housing being provided.
Mm-hmm.
The developer will be seeking subsidy up to $23 million and will be coordinating with the district to find the best funding source.
Okay. Okay. Obviously, the affordable housing is an extraordinarily important goal given the housing affordability crisis that we have here in the District of Columbia, but I did want to make sure that the record reflected the need for a district subsidy in order to make that happen. Let's talk about CBE participation. I know you mentioned it in your opening testimony. In terms of the CBE partners, if you could just take a moment to talk about, I think you said is it 51%? Was it 100%?
51%. 51% are within CBE.
Got it. Okay. And Have you all already executed a CBE agreement with DSLBD, or Department of Small Local Business Development?
We have.
What about a first source agreement?
We've done that as well.
Okay.
We've done that as well. And just also want to mention that in addition to the development team, our design team is 100% CBE.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Appreciate you noting that.
Mhm.
Any community benefits agreements here with this project?
There are none in place at the moment.
Okay, and I think you mentioned support. I heard Commissioner Castone testify. I know Commissioner Tyrell Holcomb had attended to. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it in time, but I think he had mentioned to the committee that he plans to provide written testimony if he's not able to make it in person. I want to give Mr. Oliete an opportunity to just to talk a little bit more. I cut you off prematurely, and so I want to give you some time to provide anything else on the record that you think would be helpful for the committee's consideration of the surplus and disposition of this parcel.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. I think the point that I want the committee to leave with is that MHCDO is committed to this project and wants to ensure that local residents participate on the project, both from a contracting perspective, an employment perspective, and a home ownership perspective, and that we are working diligently to ensure that the CBE requirement is met from a contracting perspective as well. We're going to work to that, not just on this parcel, but on the other parcel as well. We really want to make sure that the community gets all the value that is intended from these catalytic projects. We really want to make sure that this is a catalytic project for the community.
Perfect. Perfect. Do you all have any support outside of Commissioner Castone that you'd like to share for the record in terms of your community engagement? I also like you to sort of describe the way that you engage with the community along the way of this process.
Absolutely, I can take that. And at the tail end, Chairperson McDuffie, I'm sorry, I thought I had 5 minutes in the beginning, so I apologize for going over.
Okay.
But yes, we received a resolution from ANC 7F with their support for our proposal and our team. In addition to that, we received a letter of support from Councilmember Gray. What we did in the process of engaging the community, we went and had these conversations with ANC 6F, with Events DC, River Terrace, Kingman Park Civic Associations, and as well as the council member or so. And we obtained feedback from these various community groups, and we put together our proposal as a result of what the RFP called out. And in addition to what we heard from the community, and all of that resulted in obtaining support from these various groups that I just named. In addition to that, our community liaison, former Councilwoman Yvette Alexander, was able to obtain some preliminary support from the Friends of Kingman Park Civic Association, as well as Kingman Park Civic Association. So those are some of the outreach efforts that we've implemented in seeking community support.
Okay, is there anything else that any member of the development team would like to add to the record before I transition to our government witness? Okay, I'm going to turn really quickly to Commissioner Castone. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record in terms of describing the level of community engagement of the development team, or any other aspect of this project you'd like to add to the record before we transition?
Nothing else that I want to add.
All right. I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony this afternoon. I'm going to turn next to our government witness representing the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development is Daryl Thomas. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Thomas. You can begin your testimony whenever you are ready. You are muted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie and Chairperson White, members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development and the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. My name is Daryl Thomas, and I am a development manager of real estate within the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I'm here to testify in support of B24-1033, Hill East Phase 2, Bundle 2 Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022. The approval of this act would declare as surplus and authorize the mayor to dispose of the District of Columbia owned real property known as Hill East Phase 2, Bundle 2. I would like to thank you for holding today's hearing and recognize the invaluable contributions of the community, particularly past and present members of ANC 7F, ANC 6B, residents of Hill East, and the many other neighbors and community members who have been active in making the Hill East Phase 2 project possible. Rich in economic purpose, the entire Hill East campus is only 2 miles and just a few metro stops from the U.S. Capitol. The Hill East campus invites a mixed-use development that simultaneously serves nearby communities, DC government facilities, and the local demand for retail, residential, hotel, and office uses as envisioned in the Hill East Master Plan. The property has excellent multimodal transportation access due to the proximity to multiple Metro bus and circulator lines, which run along major roads, including Potomac Avenue Southeast and Massachusetts Avenue Southeast. The Stadium Armory Metro Rail Station is located immediately east of the property, serving the orange, silver, and blue lines. DMPED hosted a properly noticed virtual hearing about the proposed determination of the property as surplus on September 2nd, 2020. On November 20th, 2020, DMPED issued a request for proposals. The RFP included a number of community-oriented priorities, including but not limited to maximizing equity ownership and majority control opportunities in accordance with the mayor's equity RFP initiative, and including a memorial to Robert F. Kennedy, given RFK's life and legacy in the pursuit of racial equity, economic justice, and affordable housing. On May 20th, 2021, DMPED hosted a disposition hearing in accordance with the DC Code 10-801. On June 17th, 2021, ANC 7F provided an approval resolution to DMPED supporting R13 Community Partners, LLC, for this project. On November 2nd, 2021, DMPED selected R13 Community Partners, LLC to exclusively negotiate for the disposition and development of the property. R13 Community Partners is a 100% minority development team with a majority CBE ownership structure led by all DC natives. The proposed development of the property follows the guidance of the 2003 Hill East Master Plan, which provides a general land use framework and vision for the redevelopment of the Hill East campus to accommodate public services and neighborhood needs. The Hill East Plan envisions the potential for 3,000 new housing units and over 2 million square feet of non-residential space. The proposal from R13 Community Partners, LLC, is consistent with DMPED's requirement that the teams provide 1/3 deeply affordable, 1/3 middle income, and 1/3 market rate units on this site. This DMPED requirement increased the number of income restricted units above and beyond the requirements of DC Code 10-801 and the Anacostia Waterfront Development Zone, providing a continuum of much needed affordable middle income and market rate units. DMPED is proud to be moving this exciting project forward, which will bring home ownership opportunities and provide vital resources of affordable housing, tax revenue, and jobs to the Hill East neighborhood, Ward 7, and the district overall. Thank you for your time and consideration of this legislation. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I'm going to turn to Chairman Robert White for a round of questions.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and to your team. So you may have heard me ask this question to the previous panel. Parcel E is in the package to transfer to a private party, but it is intended to become a public park. Why are we transferring this parcel if it's going to become be used as a public park?
Daryl, I can take that. Good afternoon, Chairman White. For the record, my name is Caden Gada. I'm the director for Hill East. And as the testimony pointed out, we are developing the site in accordance with the Hill East Master Plan, which calls for a public park on Parcel E. And we see two advantages of doing the way we are doing it. One being we kind of help offset a lot of construction costs for a public park over to the private developer. Secondly, we also help offset a lot of ongoing maintenance costs for maintaining a public park of that size and scale over to the development team as well. and thus doing so, we have a lot of savings for the taxpayers, district taxpayers.
I appreciate that. What is this? Is the park included in the long-term lease, or is this a transfer of the land permanently?
It will be part of the ground lease,
Okay.
long-term ground lease.
For how many years?
For 99 years.
Okay.
Yes, for 99-year ground lease.
And you provided a copy of the proposed land disposition and development agreement with the developers. Where in the LDDA would I look for the developer's commitment to provide us with a public park?
It would be in a number of different places, but one place is the development program or development plan, which calls for a public park on parcel E.
Okay. And is that where we would find the obligation for the developers to maintain and provide programming at the park?
It will be in the document itself as well.
Wait, is that part of the LDDA or is that a different document?
It will be in the document listed that they are required to build and operate and maintain a public park on parcel E.
Okay.
So it will be in the LDDA.
Okay.
And yeah.
It will be in there?
Yes, it should be.
Okay. It should be in there now.
Yeah.
Okay. If there are problems at the park years from now, such as broken equipment, what obligation will the developers have to fix that property or to fix the issues?
So as I stated earlier, I think the development team is obligated to operate and maintain the park as a public park for the term of the ground lease. So they would be the ones who would have to fix whatever needs to be fixed and maintained on that site.
Could you have somebody before this panel ends on your team help us find the page in the LDDA where we could find this? Because we haven't been able to find that.
Yeah. So one page that I think it points out is the exhibit, which says development plan. And specifically there will be it will call out where it says parcel E that would state exactly that it's going to be built as a public park.
There's an exhibit?
Yeah, there's an exhibit in the LDA that says development plan. It is part of the LDA.
Okay, but can somebody give us like a specific exhibit number, letter, page number, something so we can find it before this?
We'll try to do that. If not, we'll circle back after the meeting for sure.
Okay, I'm sure somebody can find it. So hopefully before this panel ends.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I don't see a community benefit agreement mentioned in the material submitted to the council. To your knowledge, has the developer entered into any community benefit agreements regarding these parcels?
Not that we are aware of as of yet, but typically the community benefits agreements are a private agreement between the ANC and the development team. So we typically don't get in the middle of that.
Okay.
Tampa doesn't get involved with that.
Okay. And this land is subject to the affordable housing restrictions at DC Code Section 2-1226.02, which I'll call the Anacostia Waterfront Development Law. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it meets the requirement of 10801 as well as Anacostia Waterfront Initiative Act.
Okay. With the Anacostia Waterfront Act has affordable housing restrictions that, unlike DC Code Section 10801, the Anacostia Waterfront Development Law only requires dedicated affordable rental units to remain affordable for 50 years and affordable ownership units to remain affordable for 20 years. I read the LDDA for this to say that these rental units are going to stay affordable for all 99 years, and the ownership units are going to stay affordable indefinitely. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is correct. So what we did is we used more constrained requirements between the two affordable housing requirements, and then basically made sure that we get the best deal for the district residents.
That's good news. In a report a few years ago, DMPED wrote about the need for large units, meaning units with 3 bedrooms or more. Out of the 1,246 rental and ownership units, it looks like the developers are proposing to build about 57 affordable 3-bedroom units. That's a little under 5% of the units. How much did the need for large units feature in your evaluation of the disposition?
So in general, when we look at it, we look at the total program, which includes a healthy mix of studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. And both 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units are considered family-sized units for families of 2 and 4 people. So they have a healthy mix of that within the affordable units that they're proposing, the 2-bedroom and the 3-bedroom units.
But I think there's a particular need for 3-bedroom units. And so, I mean, we could term them all family size units, but I think we know that a 3-bedroom unit is, you know, accommodates larger families. And I think the witness in the prior panel said there are going to be 4 3-bedroom units. Is that the most 3-bedroom units we could do?
I mean, as far as DEMPET is concerned, that was a proposal that we had in front of us to consider. So that's all we could evaluate. So
You don't, DEMPET doesn't push back, negotiate to meet the broader needs of the city?
They said that there were more 3-bedrooms.
yes. So, and they basically also said that there was additional 3 bedrooms in like overall program, including the affordable units. They have like, in total, they have 116 3-bedroom units for the entire project.
I said, you're right. I had been asking only about the ownership units. Let me pause there. I only have a couple questions for the next panel, Chairman McDuffie.
If you want to go ahead and finish with your line of questioning to keep your flow, I'm happy to let you do that. I'll need another round.
Okay.
We have more than a few. It's up to you.
I appreciate it. I really only have a couple more questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate that. So what is DEMPED's overall strategy for encouraging large unit development?
I think it depends from site to site. And I think typically we'll work with the development team, or they look at the site, the requirements, the zoning requirements, and the demographic needs of that neighborhood. And then they'll determine what's best for that project. And they propose that project to DEMPED for consideration. So that's how it typically works.
So wait, does DEMPED play an active role in trying to get more multi-bedroom units, or is that just up to the developers?
So typically DEMPED basically will specify in the RFP that we want to kind of have a certain amount of affordable housing to meet the district laws. And then they also need to meet the requirements of fair housing laws, which it requires a healthy mix of units based on the local demographics.
I can't fully interpret that with respect to my question, which is 3 or more bedroom units.
Right. DEMPED doesn't mandate it, if that's what you're asking. We don't mandate any certain specific stipulated. We basically put the RFP out and we basically evaluate the proposals that the developer comes up provides.
Okay. I mean, I think that's our opportunity to push back to meet the broader needs of the city, but I understand your answer. After the 2 property bundles for Hill East currently before the council, what does the remainder of the surplus and disposition process for Hill East look like?
I think at this point, we have surplus almost all the property that after coordinating with DGS, we have determined that all the parcels to the right of the Mass Avenue have been surplus and will be eventually be developed. And the rest of the property that's not included in phase 2 will be developed as part of phase 3 as DGS starts decommissioning a lot of those buildings.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. If you would, I'll be here. And so whenever you have the citation on the public park, if you would let me know.
Definitely. As I said, if not right now, we'll definitely circle back with your committee after the meeting for sure.
The development plan is Exhibit T.
T as in Tom?
It's in Tom. Yes.
Thank you so much to you both. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman White. I think I'm going to go. Let me start with the appraisal. Just if you could talk about whether what the appraisal determined, the value of the parcel, and how you arrived at it briefly?
Absolutely, Chairman McDuffie. Good afternoon. So DEMP commissioned the appraisal in accordance with the 10801 requirements. And based on the proposed development program, which includes significant affordable housing, the appraised value of the land was negative $230.9 million.
Okay, and talk about what that means, the significant affordable component. I think people hear those types of numbers and they wonder why and how an appraisal of land at Hill East would achieve a negative evaluation.
Absolutely. So typically there are a lot of different methodologies for appraising a site. In this case, there's a residual land value analysis that's applied. And essentially the residual land value that's stipulated for the site, then they deduct all the affordable housing. In this case, we have 741 units of affordable housing at or below 80% of MFI. And some are really deep, below 30% of AMI. So that basically takes into consideration the construction cost for the constructing those affordable units. And that's how they arrive at the actual negative land value.
And as was mentioned earlier by one of the developers, this project proposes a percentage of affordable above the required threshold under 10801. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And I asked about subsidy on the earlier panel with the development team. Can you talk about your thoughts on what types of subsidies this project may need, just so we can have something on the record about how DEMPED is approaching this?
Absolutely. So I think it's again outlined in the disposition analysis that DEMPED provided. But for the record, the development team is going to seek matter of right tax exemption that's allowed under the DC tax code for them, which is specifically for the affordable housing portion of the project. So they're going to basically apply for that as a matter of right. Additionally, based on the significant amount of affordable housing, they have a feasibility gap of $34.9 million, which they are planning on seeking as part of the HPTF funds, most likely.
Okay. Talk about the workforce component of this. The developer touched on, jobs generally in its testimony, but I'd like for you all to talk about how many jobs you anticipate this project will create, both temporary and a permanent.
Daryl, you want to take that?
Yes, sure. So we anticipate 4,178 temporary jobs, so during the construction period, and 719 permanent jobs.
Okay, and you have a sense of what types of jobs would be, broadly speaking, included in the permanent jobs? I know we had a mayor council breakfast today, and part of the presentation was Destination DC with plans to add an assessment onto hotels. I know that this site has a hotel plan for it. We also talked briefly about some of the jobs that might be associated with the hotels. So talk a little bit about the types of jobs that might arise from this sort of project that are permanent.
Well, the 719 we don't have broken down, but obviously, as you said, we will retain jobs from the hotel. We have project management jobs for the various buildings, maintenance jobs, and not to mention jobs from all the retail services and potential in the envisioned small local grocer.
Okay. And how much can the district expect in terms of return on this project via taxes and other fees or revenues associated with this project over the next 30 years?
So over the 30-year period, we have estimated $118,078,531.
Okay. And are you aware of any concerns from any members of the community, be it ANCs, civic leadership, or otherwise, with respect to the disposition of this project?
No, I'm not.
In terms of timing, there are obviously multiple parcels to this project. I don't have a clock either, staff, so give me a sense of where I am on this. I don't want to. But in terms of the timing of this, how do you all envision this playing out with these two large parcels for Hillies 1 and 2? In terms of construction timelines, I know it's still early in terms of the LDDA process, but if you could, not early, but if you could give me a sense of when you think these would be completed.
So yeah, according to the schedule of performance, these all construction should be completed by April of 2030.
Okay. And I know this isn't, you probably don't have it in front of you, but what is that, how is that compared to parcel 1? Is that including parcel 1?
Do you mean bundle 1?
Bundle 1, yeah.
And it's right around the same time. I don't have their completion date, but it's right around the same time.
Okay. And this came up in our prior hearing for bundle 1. And it's a question that I typically ask for dispositions. And this one is like bundle 1, I think has some exceptions, but does this project disposition comply with the requirements of DC Code 10801? And if not, how so?
Notwithstanding 10801, we are asking for a 5-year disposition versus the 2-year.
And why are you asking for a 5-year disposition here as opposed to what is typical under the code, which is 2 years?
Just because this is a 3-phase project with multiple buildings, so that will allow the developers the time they need to close and to close on the properties.
Okay. And then this is this was also the solicitation was issued under the equitable RFP framework. Can you talk about how many projects you actually received or how many responses to the RFP for this project?
For bundle 2, we received three responses.
Okay. And is there anything you can share with us as to why this project stood out of the 3 that the city received in response to the RFP?
Yeah, I can, Daryl, I can take that. So I think as testimony reflected by the development team as well, but there were a number of different factors that went into evaluation. So one of them was actually, this was one of the projects, one of the development teams that received full support of ANC 7F. Additionally, this was another team which was 100% minority owned, but also at 51% CB lead developer in the mix. So that was another reason we went with that team. Separately, we looked at the developer qualifications, and the team collectively has deep levels of experience dealing with a project at this size and scale. And then finally, we looked at the project feasibility, overall project feasibility for the project.
Okay. And I misspoke earlier and said parcel 1, but you corrected me and said bundle 1. This is bundle 2. How many parcels are included in bundle 2?
3 parcels. It's
3
parcel
parcels.
C, parcel E, and parcel H.
Okay. And again, this isn't before us today, but I think it's just they are so tied together in terms of geography. But how many parcels are in bundle 1?
That would be 5.
Okay. Okay, and Councilmember White already talked about the residential mix, percentages. Okay. I think that concludes my questions for now. If the committee has any follow-up, we'll be sure to reach out to you all in writing promptly.
And I'd like to clarify that, sorry, Commissioner White, the exhibit for the development plan for Bundle 2 is actually Exhibit U. However, part of the package, you can also find a development plan in the disposition analysis.
Thanks so much. If you would just make sure those get sent to us. I don't think we have the attachments, or at least not all of them. So if somebody on your team could send it to us, I'd appreciate it. And thank you for clarifying.
Not a problem.
And just one last thing, I asked this of the developer, but not you all. And it sounds like you started to say something, Mr. Gada. I'll let you do that. But do we have, has the developer already executed with DSLBD a CBE agreement?
Yes.
Yes, they have.
Have they also executed a first source agreement?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you want to state something for the record, Mr. Gada?
Nope. No.
Okay.
I think we're good. Yeah. Just wanted to thank both you guys, Chairman McDuffie and Chairman White. Thank you so much for holding the hearing. I really appreciate the time.
Okay, and we'll look forward to the follow-up to Councilmember and Chairman White's request. We want to next, before we move to the next bill, I wanted to give ANC Commissioner Tyrell Holcomb the opportunity. Okay, I know we had some technical difficulties, but he took the time to be with us to provide testimony. So I want to give him 3 minutes to provide that testimony since you were able to join us, and then we'll move to the next measure. Good afternoon, Commissioner Holcomb. You want to take the opportunity, 3 minutes to provide your testimony on this measure?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie, and to Chairman Robert White, any other council members who may be in attendance. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak directly in support, the support that ANC 7F provided to our 13 community partners, sharing again from a letter that the commission shared with DMPAD at the beginning of the surplus phase 2 process. Essentially, the main aspects of emphasis for us as a commission and community were centered around job creation, economic development opportunities that is inclusive of all phases of housing, affordable workforce and market rate, which we see in this opportunity, and ownership, as well as thinking about our businesses, our small local businesses, ensuring that they have opportunities to be a part of thriving business opportunity that is coming to our community. And then lastly, that retail piece, which is something that's critically important to us in Ward 7. As we know, every year, somewhere anywhere between $20 to $30 million in tax revenue goes across the river and across the line to Prince George's County and to Virginia, respectively. And so I am honored and proud to have supported this particular project, as well as the commission is, in the way that it's already been presented, and look forward to the tremendous opportunities that it will bring and present for our community. One of the other things that was critically important for us as a commission as we were going through this process was ensuring that the voices of Ward 7, specifically 7F entities that have long been withstanding in our community were heard and a part of this process. And so we're equally excited about Marshall Heights Community Development Organization serving as that conduit, if you will, going through this process in terms of ensuring that community members' voices are a part of the process of development, but that also we're prioritizing the ownership pieces, as well as creating opportunities for our small, local, minority and women-owned businesses, Black-owned businesses, disadvantaged businesses as well. And so with that, I will yield my time back to Chairman McDuffie.
And thank you again, Commissioner, for providing testimony to the committees this afternoon. I'll turn to Councilmember Robert White, my co-chair, to see if he has any questions for you.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, Commissioner Holcomb. Thanks so much for providing testimony. I don't have any questions, but I'm glad we were able to get you on.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe we already have a copy of the letter that you all provided from your commission, but if there's any additional testimony you want to provide, please make sure that you provide it to the committee via email. So thank you again, Commissioner Holcomb for joining us this afternoon and for your engagement along the way in this project.
Absolutely, Chairman McDuffie. And if I could make mention for the record that while we do not have executed community benefit agreements on either Bundle 1 or Bundle 2 for Phase 2, we do anticipate having a conversation to ensure that we get to a place where the community and the commission feel comfortable with a community benefit agreement for the projects.
Okay, and if you all feel contrary at some point along the way, then make sure you reach back out to Councilmember Robert White and myself to let the committees know if you run into any hiccups there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. We're gonna transition to our next measure on the agenda, which is Bill 24-829, the Medical Malpractice Clarification Amendment Act of 2022. This legislation, as was described by Councilman Robert White earlier, prohibits medical malpractice insurers from taking adverse action against the health professional who provides legal abortion care. For 50 years, a woman's right to choose to continue or terminate a pregnancy was the law throughout this country. Judicial appointees during confirmation processes under oath in front of the United States Senate stated seminal landmark cases such as Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey were settled law, and that the appointees had no appetite to revisit these cases, let alone alter the rulings. However, in May 2022, in an unprecedented action, a draft opinion of the Supreme Court case Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization leaked. In the leaked draft opinion, the Supreme Court stated the right to continue or terminate a pregnancy was a state law issue and there was no constitutional right to terminate a pregnancy. Though some held out hope that the opinion would change, 1 month later, the Supreme Court published an opinion consistent with the draft, shattering a half-century of legal precedent. States and jurisdictions hostile to the right to choose or terminate a pregnancy began implementing legislation to restrict or outlaw that right. Some states, like Arkansas and Texas, previously passed legislation that would immediately restrict the ability to terminate if the Supreme Court ever overturned Roe, known as the trigger laws. Other states like Idaho and Tennessee have considered or passed draconian laws outlawing all abortion, including abortions for pregnancies that occurred from rape or incest. Here in the district, numerous public officials, including council member and chair for the Committee on Health, Vincent Gray, reaffirmed the council's commitment to allow the provision of abortion-related services in the District of Columbia. Many doctors within the District of Columbia, including those who provide abortion-related care, are licensed in other states, including states which are hostile to abortion-related care. The hostile states may choose to attempt discipline doctors, other medical professionals who provide abortion care, even though the care is legal in the district. Traditionally, these disciplinary actions would cause medical malpractice insurance rates for these doctors and other medical professionals to significantly increase. This legislation prohibits medical malpractice insurance who operate in the district to increase medical malpractice rates for medical professionals who are disciplined in other states for performing legal abortion-related care in the district. I'm going to turn to Robert White. He's always provided a statement. I think unless you'd like to make any other comments, I'm going to turn to our public witnesses.
No other comments. Thanks so much, Chair.
All right. Then we have already been joined by some of our public witnesses. I'm going to turn first to Sarah Emerson.
Thank you. I want to thank the staff, also Morgan for scheduling, and especially to Katie from Councilmember Robert White's office for contacting me about this legislation. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, as well, and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for introducing this important legislation. My name is Dr. Sarah Immershine. I am a board-certified OBGYN and clinical professor at GW School of Medicine. I have lived and practiced medicine in DC since 1984. I am chair of the DC section of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, or ACOG. ACOG, with over 58,000 members across the country, maintains the highest standards of clinical practice and continuing medical education for our members, your DC doctors. We endorse and support B 24-829. You have the title in front of you. however, with some very important modifications. I'm going to tell you a story. It's my personal story of malpractice insurance retaliation. I am an abortion provider. After 44 years in my malpractice insurance company retaliated against me, forcing my retirement 10 years before I planned. I may run overtime with my allotted time. If you can't let me finish, my story is available in the written testimony, and I hope I don't cry. From 1984 until I closed my private practice, I provided first trimester abortions in the office, often caring for patients referred by other DC doctors who had been trained at a local, otherwise well-respected, but religiously affiliated, unnamed medical center. I scheduled abortion patients during my usual practice day, just like I would insert an IUD or do a biopsy or perform other office procedures for my patients. I had often said, when I retire, I'm going to do abortions. The work is simple, low risk, and every patient's problem is solved that day. Indeed, the procedural option is easy if you're experienced like I am. And the work is very rewarding, not financially, but by our patients' relief and gratitude. After more than 30 years, I closed my Foggy Bottom practice in 2015 to work part-time, providing abortion care, teaching at GW, and advocacy. Like many private docs from years ago, I paid for my own medical liability insurance policy. I like to say medical liability practice insurance, because malpractice insurance is needed, and malpractice claims occur because of bad outcomes often, not just lead to lawsuits, not necessarily negligent care. But that's beside the point. I stopped delivering babies in my late 40s, more than 20 years ago. And by the time I left private practice, I worked part-time, limiting my practice to office gynecology and minor surgery. I was teaching and working at 2 clinics. My time had arrived. For 6 years after I left private practice, my insurance premium remained low and manageable for my part-time low-risk work. As a reminder, the risk of maternal death from childbirth is 17 times greater than from abortion and twice that for Black women. My income was derived from working at an independent abortion clinic and being a moil. As a moil, I performed Brit Milah in the DMV area. For those who don't know, Brit Milah is the ancient and traditional Jewish practice of newborn male circumcision in the home. I'm getting to the story. Brit Milah is a welcoming ceremony like baptism or christening. I've been a certified moil since 1995. I performed a few Brit Milah ceremonies each month, and the money I earned covered the premium for my insurance policy necessary to work at clinics that don't provide insurance. Many independent abortion clinics can't afford it. The liberal Jewish parents in the DC area loved supporting my reproductive health work. Then came COVID. In 2020, I was 66 years old. I took a leave of absence and isolated with my family, knowing my age and medical history put me at high risk. My alternative was living alone because my family did not want to risk infection from my work at a patient-facing job. Clearly, I was retirement age anyway. I learned I could put my medical liability insurance on hold for up to a year. My premium was suspended. After vaccination time came to return to work, I awaited my policy renewal by mail. When it didn't arrive, I called my insurance carrier since 1987, now Pro Assurance, although it was originally NICRIC, physician-owned. The DC office of Pro Assurance knew I limited my practice to first trimester abortion and Brit Milah, both very low-risk procedures. I found myself working with people I did not know and did not know me. Pro Assurance told me they would no longer provide medical liability coverage for, quote, elective abortion. My response, elective abortion is a political term, not a medical procedure. Eventually, they mailed me a new policy proposal, which stated Pro Assurance would no longer cover newborn male circumcision outside of the office or hospital. If I renewed my policy, my premium would increase 24%, which I believe is the legal limit without a waiver. And if I still opted to renew, Pro Assurance would send me a 60-day notice of termination. I called somebody knowledgeable in the area who said, "You were totally targeted, Sarah. Pro Assurance closed their DC office during COVID. They are writing policies out of their home office in Alabama. You are low-hanging fruit, easy to force your retirement and stop your abortion care." I cried for days. Pro-assurance, I'm almost finished. Retaliated against me for providing abortion care. Because I am an abortion provider, pro-assurance forced my retirement 10 years before I planned. I thought I was going to work until I was 75, 76. I can no longer work at clinics unless the clinic provides insurance coverage. Not every clinic does. Not every clinic can afford to pay the liability insurance for doctors. I tried to get a new policy. I contacted numerous agencies, but none would offer me a policy, or the policy was simply unaffordable. Premiums would start at the level I was paying and increase 4 to 5 times over the following few years as I plan to slow down. As written, B24-829, the way I read it, does not prohibit DC insurance companies from retaliating against DC physicians who provide legal abortion care in DC or from other states. The bill protects physicians who may have treated patients in or from states where abortion is illegal and have suffered disciplinary action, including conviction of a crime and loss of their medical license, but it fails to protect your local doctors who provide legal abortion care. Line 51 must be amended to state something like, a medical malpractice insurer shall not take any adverse action against any clinician who does abortions as part of their scope of service. Retaliation may include limiting care, increasing premiums, or forcing retirement. Furthermore, abortion care must be recognized as part of full scope reproductive health care. Many OBGYNs, family practice clinicians, actually internists as well, and other trained and licensed clinicians provide abortion care. The DC section of ACOG does not endorse this legislation unless and until the bill is modified to include protections for your DC OBGYNs and other insured clinicians.
And thank you for your testimony, Dr. Emershon. We appreciate it. Want to give you an opportunity to finish, given that you were sharing your story.
I'm finished. That was it.
Thank you for doing that. I do want to turn next to Veronica Faison with the National Women's Law Center. Thank you for being here this afternoon. You begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, committee members, and staff for offering this chance to speak in support of the 2 reproductive healthcare bills before us. Thank you especially to Chairperson Robert White for introducing bills that will help expand abortion access in DC. My name is Veronica Faison, the legal fellow for the Reproductive Rights and Health team at the National Women's Law Center. The National Women's Law Center has worked to advance gender justice for nearly 50 years in the courts, with public policy, and through cultural change. Abortion access is essential to gender justice because it helps ensure that women and people who can get pregnant have autonomy over their reproductive futures and can determine if, when, and how they become parents. Access to abortion is vital for a person's liberty, equality, and economic security. When a low-income person is denied an abortion, they are more likely to fall deeper into poverty and face exacerbated economic hardship. This is especially true for Black and Brown people who face the additional barrier of racial discrimination in the medical system. And because of the consequential nature of pregnancy, denying or delaying abortion care can negatively impact a pregnant patient's physical and emotional well-being. In the months since the Supreme Court took away our right to abortion, many states have enacted total bans, effectively forcing people to remain pregnant against their will. Because of the state of the country, it is imperative for DC to expand abortion access for its residents and show that their medical needs and their bodily autonomy are paramount. Many healthcare providers, because of anti-abortion laws, are having to weigh the needs of their patients against their personal fears of liability. The Medical Malpractice Clarification Act would alleviate some of these concerns. As part of the profession, healthcare providers are required to have medical malpractice insurance, analogous to the way a lot of us have car insurance if you drive. However, the anti-abortion movement has weaponized the medical malpractice system to file claims on healthcare professionals who provide abortions in states where it is legal. This then raises insurance rates to the point where medical professionals cannot pay them, effectively pushing abortion providers out of practice. The Medical Malpractice Clarification Amendment protects providers from this tool of harassment. Even before Roe was overturned, access to it to abortion has always been precarious, especially for people with low incomes. Many private health insurance companies require people seeking an abortion to share the cost with the insurance company, resulting in paying out of pocket. But pregnant people should have access to abortion without cost barriers. The Reproductive Health Care Insurance Coverage Expansion Amendment would help realize that. These two bills would help better ensure that pregnant people in DC have full access to abortion care, and that the only things that healthcare providers and patients have to weigh when deciding on abortion are the needs and desires of the patient, not the malpractice insurance premiums, not the out-of-pocket costs. So I urge their passage. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony as well this afternoon. I am going to give my colleague, as author of the measures, the opportunity to ask a first round of questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson McDuffie. Thank you both for your testimony. Dr. Immershine, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I don't read the bill as not protecting DC doctors, so I'm reviewing your testimony and the bill, and it's not the intent of the bill. We're going to double check.
I'm sure it's not the intent of the bill. I
I
hope
don't
it's
read
not
it.
the intent of the bill. Can I comment though on some misunderstanding about what medical liability insurance covers and who pays for it in most cases now?
Sure. Let me actually be a little brief, just because I want to
very brief. First of all, medical liability insurance has nothing to do with if somebody gets a felony. They won't defend you in a felony case, period. So liability insurance doesn't go up if you get sued by one of these laws. That's number one. Number two, most doctors, their insurance is paid for by their employers, not by themselves.
Right.
Those are the 2 points.
So for a person like you who was paying for the insurance yourself, your insurance provider made changes that made it, I think, impractical to work with them. Why could you not go to get another provider? Why were the premiums so high?
Well, first of all, many companies wouldn't provide a premium. But the second thing is medical insurance, liability insurance is not like your car insurance. It requires something called a tail. The tail means that after you leave practice, you could still be sued. Now, in a lot of things, you can be sued for up to 3 years, but in obstetrics particularly, you can be sued for 3 years beyond the age of majority or 21 years. I had been beyond that time. But when you take on a new policy, you need to be with the company for 10 years to get that. It's not free, they call it free, that earned premium that covers your retirement. So one, I would have to be committed to working at least 10 years, and I'm currently 68 years old. And the second thing is that the premiums that were offered by other companies started at the premium I was paying and almost doubled every year for 5 years on the current scale, which means they could have still gone up even further.
Right.
But they never go down. It was simply unaffordable. Whereas if I stayed with my own insurance company, even if they had just increased the premium, the normal amount they increased it for other people, based on cost of living and the number of claims they had, I would have still gotten my tail paid whenever I retired, at any time I retired. The other companies kept telling me if I was disabled, I'd get a free tail, but I'd like to enjoy my retirement without having to be disabled.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
So Massachusetts recently passed a set of laws that protect access to abortion, pieces of which mirror the bills we're considering today. A difference in their legislation is that it protects providers no matter where the receiver of the care is located. Is that something that either of you think we should include in our law?
The way I had looked at it, where did I put that? Is that that you shouldn't be able to retaliate for any abortion care you've provided in other states. Now, normally this doesn't address licensing. Normally, if you're convicted of a felony or you lose your license in another state, you're pretty much disqualified. There was another bill that we talked about that would prevent that kind of behavior on behalf of the Board of Medicine. Great. Now, the next question is the liability insurance, which, somebody can make you stop practicing basically by telling you they won't cover half of your work. In fact, they told me they wouldn't cover my Jewish work, which is even more upsetting. They use that as the excuse to get to what they didn't like politically. Think about that. My best relief was if someone would make them reinstate my insurance. The clinic is still looking to replace me.
Ms. Faison, do you have any thoughts on that? I don't know if you have reviewed the Massachusetts bill.
A little bit, but I tend to lean with Dr. Immershine. I think that anything that could possibly be used to prevent abortion providers from doing their job is something that states that are dedicated to expanding and protecting abortion need to consider. Anti-abortion states and the anti-abortion movement are throwing anything that they can. So I think the more expansive, the better. But I do think the specifics of that bill is something I would like to look into for my written testimony as well.
Okay. And finally, are there other ways that either of you can think of that we can ensure that providers in DC can continue to practice without fear?
Well, the FACE Act is helpful. I know that the Planned Parenthood up in Northeast has roof parking that protects the clinicians from protesters. That can be really unnerving. I think most of the clinics I'm aware of have hidden themselves in plain sight where they won't be picketed. You could cut people a break about COIs. I heard one person wanted to start, and she was told she had to pay all these fees to open an office, a medical office, and get a certificate of occupancy. I'm not a lawyer. I certainly don't know about leasing a new building. I haven't done that in more than 30 years. I mean, a new place. So, but I've heard other complaints that nurse practitioners have had and nurse midwives who want to offer care and open up a storefront.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Anything additional, Ms. Faison?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is what we talked about during the last month's hearing on that, protecting against that professional discipline, I think was really important. And I'm really excited to hopefully hear that pass soon. But other than that, I think some of the protections for abortion providers are something that I need to think about more.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
And thank you, Councilmember White. I want to thank both of the witnesses, but Dr. Immershine, I want to sort of build off of, I think Councilmember White has kind of gone down the line of questions I would have gone down, given the testimony that you provided. And is there any other place we should be looking besides what you all have already articulated? And I'll pull you in as well.
Well, with regard to the second bill here, which Ms. Faisal, did I pronounce that right? No, Faison, already kind of read her comments on. I have other comments about that will help patients, not necessarily clinicians.
Okay, did you prepare?
I prepared and submitted written testimony for the next bill.
Okay,
if you want to
I'll give you an opportunity, 3 minutes this time for the next bill.
Oh, this one's short.
Okay. And then I'll note that we have some other witnesses that we're going to pull in.
Thank you. And the third one, if I have time, I'll be in the car driving to George Mason's If When How program to be their Mythbuster this evening.
Okay.
Okay.
Already up to a park to provide any other testimony for the third one as well. You want to provide?
I do, but
okay, that's fine. Well, I mean that's completely.
I do. Fine. This is like number 20 in the last 2 years.
No, I appreciate your testimony. This is
okay. I'm not going to go over who I am. I got really good credentials. Okay. Let's just put it that way. I look really good on paper. And my mother's proud.
I wanted
as you know.
Hold on
Yeah.
for a second. No, we're not going there yet. Not just
Okay.
yet.
Whenever you want.
I wanted to just stick to the first bill, 829, to see if either of you have anything else that you would like to add to the record beyond what you've already stated about Bill 24-829, the Medical Malpractice Clarification Amendment Act of 2022.
My number one thing is call us. We're available. We'll read it before you enter the bill into law, present the bill.
No, and if there are things that you would like to provide to the committee as a follow-up, if we don't get to something today, or if some other jurisdiction does something that we should be mindful of or consider including in any effort before the council, then we certainly would like to know that. We like to lead on issues such as this that are extraordinarily important to our Constitution and to the rights of women. And I think that we also are mindful that sometimes people are moving at a clip a little faster than we are, that we can learn from. And so if you all, as experts and the folks who are tracking this really closely, have some new innovation, some new information that we should be considering here, then we certainly welcome you to reach back out to the committee. I know this is something that is really important for my colleagues as well, both those on the committee and those not on the committee. And so I appreciate you all's testimony here today. I do want to transition to the next measure. Perhaps I should have taken them both at the same time, given the nexus to the issue. But the next bill is Bill 24-831, the Reproductive Healthcare Insurance Coverage Expansion Amendment Act of 2022, which is also authored by Councilmember Robert White. And this bill would require private insurance companies to cover abortion care without imposing cost-sharing requirements. Like Bill 24-829, the impetus for this legislation was the Supreme Court's Dobbs case and the District of Columbia's desire to protect access to safe, legal, reproductive healthcare services. Access to abortion services is not only a legal issue, but also a financial issue. And legal access to this sort of care is ineffective if the district residents aren't able to afford access to the services. For this healthcare issue to be addressed, residents must be able to afford the services. And this legislation ensures that district residents are not saddled with the burdens and costs and are able to both legally and financially afford access to these healthcare services. And as I previously stated, reproductive and abortion care is a health issue, not a political or financial issue, and the District of Columbia will always act to protect the health of our residents. I want to turn to our witnesses, and you all can stay, but I know I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your last name right, Veronica. How do you pronounce your last name?
Faison, like facing the
Faison.
sun.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Thank you. We're going to add to the panel staff Serena Floyd with Planned Parenthood of Metropolitan Washington, D.C., Kay Hendrickson, Military Family Building Coalition, Lisa Rosenthal with Balloon Fertility. And we will allow each of you 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. If you have not already provided the committee with written testimony, it is really helpful for us to have your testimony in writing. It's not required, but if you'd like to do that, you can please email it to us. Dr. Emmershine, if you'd like to begin your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, and a shout out to Dr. Floyd, my colleague in abortion care. I've already given you my background, so I'm just going to go ahead. As you know, this bill requires private DC authorized healthcare insurance plans to cover abortion services without copayment or cost sharing. We know some employers may have religious exemptions from paying for induced abortion care. We suggest the bill include a provision to require all private and public insurance to cover diagnosis of any pregnancy, pregnancy-related evaluation, diagnoses, treatment as needed for any complication of pregnancy. Complications may arise from, but are not limited to, early pregnancy failure, spontaneous or induced abortion, and ectopic pregnancy. Services must be provided without copay like they are for obstetrical services, i.e. you're pregnant, you don't have a copay. You're pregnant, you get everything taken care of. You're recently pregnant, you get everything taken care of. Services must be provided without regard to the patient's intention to continue or terminate the pregnancy and without regard to the patient's prior actions such as self-managed abortion or abortion complications after a patient sought medical care for induced abortion by medication or procedure. When religious exemption restricts the use of private insurance, or the federal government restricts the use of public money for induced abortion, any and all other pregnancy-related evaluation and treatments should still be covered and without copay or cost sharing, just like, I think, obstetrical care. Please consider our recommended changes to broaden access across the full range of pregnancy-related healthcare, regardless of pregnancy outcome, regardless of patient's intent or prior actions, and regardless of insurance coverage, private or publicly funded. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next. I don't have you listed on my agenda, Ms. Faison, for actual testimony. I know that you mentioned it in your earlier testimony. Do you have additional oral testimony you'd like to provide now?
I've just a very brief comment on the fact that even before Dobbs, the way the anti-abortion movement was preventing abortion, it was through targeting low-income individuals and knowing that for wealthier people, often cis white women making more money, abortion restrictions was going to impact them differently. And so now we're seeing that heightened even further, where there are people that are able to travel, but there are more people, particularly low-income people, particularly people that face barriers because of the racist system we live in. Those are the people whose reproductive futures are being held hostage by this lack of accessibility. And so I'm really proud to support this bill because I think it is the first of many efforts to make abortion affordable and accessible, even in the wake of the thin, precarious federal right being gutted. I think it is really impressive of DC leaders being receptive to reproductive justice work and organizers on the ground by making sure that DC is laying the groundwork for reproductive liberation, reproductive freedom. And I'm really proud to hear from these amazing colleagues and also just be part of robust efforts to make sure that people have access to their healthcare needs. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn next to Dr. Serena Floyd. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Serena Floyd, and I want to thank you first for the opportunity to provide testimony on this critical legislation. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Chief Medical Officer at Planned Parenthood of Metropolitan Washington, D.C. I'm a board-certified obstetrician gynecologist and have been providing reproductive health care for over 20 years. I have an MPH in maternal and child health. I'm the chair of the American College of Obstetrician and Gynecologists Committee on Healthcare for Underserved Women, and I've done work to improve maternal and infant health in Haiti and in Ghana. PPMW is a longstanding provider of reproductive health care, including abortion, and annually provides healthcare services to nearly 30,000 patients here in the DC area. I am testifying today in support of Bill 24-0831, and I thank Councilmember Robert White for his leadership in introducing these bills, both this and the previous, and Chairman McDuffie for bringing them to a public hearing. And I also want to thank the council members who signed on as sponsors. So for Bill 24-0831, I actually had combined testimony, but I'll go ahead and cover that one first, since that's what we're focusing on. But this bill is going to require private insurers in the district to cover abortion services with no cost sharing for enrollees, as we all know. Currently, only about 40% of privately insured abortion patients use their insurance to cover their procedures. And research has found that the most common reason for that is that their private insurance their plan did not cover the procedure that they're in need of obtaining. Mandating abortion coverage without cost sharing lessens the financial burden of all privately insured patients who are seeking what we know is basic health care. We know that abortion is basic health care. And simply put, it increases access to that care. We know from our experience at Planned Parenthood specifically that people who have abortions can struggle with very high out-of-pocket costs even when using their insurance. And about 1/3 of our abortion patients use private health insurance to pay for services. And among those who do, they're still responsible for an average of $116 out of pocket. These patients also face additional out-of-pocket costs for childcare, taking off work, for travel. And many of these patients are already managing with limited resources. So mandating abortion coverage could prevent them from having to decide between obtaining necessary health care or paying for other critical household expenses, basic life expenses. Finally, for those seeking abortion care in a hospital setting in the district, the out-of-pocket costs can increase exponentially, resulting in costs in the thousands. And for some patients with medical conditions, hospital-based care is their only option. And so mandating private insurance coverage without cost sharing particularly increases access for these privately insured patients as well. So I'll go ahead paying attention to time and not proceed with the testimony for the other bill, and just say that I want to again extend a sincere thanks.
You can have a full 3 minutes for the other bill. I neglected to probably bring you all up and have you testify on both, but I'll
actually just need like about a minute.
Oh, that's fine. All right, please proceed.
Okay, so the second bill under consideration of the previous bill that was being discussed, Bill 24-0829. For that bill that was seeking to protect district providers like myself, like Dr. Emmershine, who provide abortions from losing medical malpractice insurance or incurring sanctions, fines, penalties, or rate increases due to other states' bans on abortion is extremely critical. PPMW has long served patients from a variety of other states, many of which now ban abortion, and the number of patients coming to PPMW from these states is increasing. We're seeing it every month. This bill would protect us from the adverse consequences to our medical malpractice insurance and our professional licenses when we serve residents coming from these states where abortion is illegal. And these kind of protections are imperative because they ensure that we as providers can continue to provide the care to DC patients that we need to and that they require without undue repercussions from the unconscionable acts of anti-abortion politicians in other jurisdictions. So essentially that was most of what I wanted to say because I was trying to include both in the same 3 minutes. But I did want to again say thank you very much to Councilmember Nadeau and Councilmember Robert White, and to all of the sponsors that are supporting this bill. And I urge the committee to move quickly in passing and sending these bills to the full council for consideration. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Let me ask my staff if we have, do we have the other witness? I do not see.
Well, that person's coming up. Councilmember
Dr.
McDuffie.
Dr. Emmershine, give me a second. Give me a second. I'll get to you. I promise. And just as a note, for planning purposes for the government witnesses, I'm going to allow you all to testify to both 831 and 829 together. And then for others who might be on standby for Bill 24-699, we're going to take those witnesses next. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to a round of questions since we don't have any additional witnesses for Bill B24-831. Before I turn to Councilmember Robert White, I do want to give you, Dr. Emmershine, you want an opportunity to make a brief comment?
I thought of something you can do. And I saw this on our Signal listserv for abortion providers. Just like people have privacy, a special kind of privacy for HIV test results and for psychiatric medical care, there's discussion of getting a way to sequester reproductive health care from general access by other people in other health systems who have access to it, including, the long arm of the law. And so that's a future thing that you may want to consider is our privacy laws and extending them.
Okay. And can either of you think of any other aspects of Bill 24-831 that we might need to modify or consider, adjust, any language that needs to be tweaked in this bill?
Just to make sure that all aspects of a pregnant person's care are covered, even by the religiously, so if somebody's bleeding from an abortion that wasn't complete, whether it's a spontaneous or induced abortion, they shouldn't be able to be turned away. It's a fait accompli. They can't judge these patients, and that should be covered by public and private health insurance. If they don't want to cover induced abortion, I'm not going to get into all that.
Sure.
But all the other aspects around it, people have been denied care because you had an abortion. We're not going to take care of the complications of abortion, or because, you're going to have an abortion, I'm not going to confirm your pregnancy.
Right. No, I appreciate that. I want to turn to Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
I want to thank these witnesses, and I don't have a lot of questions. Just while I have both, do you have an estimate of the average out-of-pocket cost to patients for abortions?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So that number can sometimes vary depending on where they are in the pregnancy. So typically, for most sites that provide abortion care, there's generally a flat fee for procedures in the first trimester, and then there's obviously medication abortion and then procedural, or what people traditionally think of as surgical abortion. So between medication and surgical abortion, there might be a slight difference in cost, but typically in the first trimester they're similar. And then when you start to talk about second trimester abortion, then generally the cost goes up by gestational age week, because the process becomes a bit more involved at each stage. And then depending on what site you're talking about, what their limit is, obviously the price will kind of go up to whatever their gestational age limit is. Typically in the first trimester, the cost is anywhere, depending on where folks are being seen, anywhere from, I'd say, $400 to $550 in the first trimester, and that's generally for procedural or surgical abortion as well as medication. When you start to get into the second trimester, it can go up into the thousands.
Okay.
And then again, depending on if you're talking about an outpatient setting versus a hospital setting, because in an outpatient setting, the costs generally are lower, but again, the gestational age limits may not be as high. And also in an outpatient setting, they may not be able to handle the patients who have complicated medical conditions or complex situations. And so those patients by default would have to be seen in a hospital setting. In a hospital setting, in addition to the cost of the procedure, you're often, these procedures are often being done in an operating room, where you add to that the cost of anesthesia, of OR time, of OR staff, of supplies. And so that's how you can get very high into the thousands for folks who are needing hospital-based care.
So you pay for all of that except for the actual clinician doing the procedure, and you make everybody pay for all of that. That would really cut down costs for a lot of people.
Well, for Dr. Emershine, for a while, when you were still seeing patients, roughly what percentage of your patients had insurance when they were seeking abortion care?
I worked at clinics that reflect most American women, which is 60% of the women already have a child. Serena, do you remember the number? I think 25% have insurance, but a fair, maybe more, have private insurance, maybe more, but many don't cover this particular procedure, or They don't want to file because they're afraid their medical records will be released. If not the details of their medical records, that somebody filed for code X, Y, and Z, and we know code X, Y, and Z is an induced abortion. So people don't use their private insurance when they have it. I agree totally with the first trimester prices around $550. I would say most patients get grants from one or two of our abortion funds, because we know that 50% of the people are below the poverty level and 75% are below 200% of the poverty level. And I think that's $28,000 income right now.
Yeah, so sorry. No, I was just going to mention that we, about 40% of our abortion patients are privately insured. So that means that obviously 60% are not, which is another issue, but 40% are privately insured. But I think lifting up a point that Dr. Emerson just made. So for one thing, for those that have insurance, you have to factor in, what their deductibles are, what any other associated fees are that they have to may potentially have to pay. So that, again, that cost can be prohibitive for many seeking care. The other side of it is just what Dr. Emerson mentioned, that in some cases you have folks who may not want to use their insurance because of who may find out that they've been seen for an abortion procedure, and so. And even, again, sometimes there's this assumption that most people with private insurance have the means to be able to pay for care because they're employed, because they have, which is not the case, right? Like that's not the reality that we live in. And even for those, depending on what kind of insurance they even have, what their plans look like, whether or not their insurance even covers it, which that's the biggest reason that we're here today, obviously, is because a lot of plans don't cover it. But it can look very different depending on the patient, depending on their insurance plan, and how it's set up, and depending on what their resources are just at baseline. And so having insurance does not equate to having the financial means to pay for abortion, which is why this is so important.
What's the income restriction to access the abortion fund?
I don't think there is one. Serena, is there?
Yeah, there. So
I just ask you, it's very.
Yeah, post Dobbs, things have really shifted. And for one thing, there are more abortion funds that are out there. And I think a lot of them that did have income requirements have started to either reduce or eliminate those because the need has become so great, particularly for folks traveling from other areas who are having to navigate not just the cost of their abortion, but their travel, lodging, food allowances, transportation, all of that stuff. So because of that, funds are really just at a position now where if you have need, they will work to help you in whatever way they can. We also are in that same position. We use funds to help support our patients, as well as a donor-sponsored internal fund that we have set up to try to help assist our patients. But it really, it shouldn't be that way, right? Like we shouldn't have to go to donors and depend on the generosity of others to help subsidize the care for the patients who are residents of the district here. And so whatever support we can get to help for any and all of our patients that are needing care, but as we're talking about today, those that have insurance, then that's appreciated.
If a patient comes in to see Dr. Floyd and she has a pregnancy test and she has a blood count and a sonogram, regardless of what she's going to do after those tests should be covered. And Dr. Floyd's Planned Parenthood
opting to end the pregnancy, whatever care they need at any stage of that process should be covered. I agree.
And the billing is broken down so you can do that.
Yes.
And do you get denied the whole package because somebody decided to abort? I don't mean to interrogate you.
Yeah, well, let me do this. Let me pause it there. I have to jump to another hearing, and I know Councilmember McDuffie, Chairman McDuffie has some others. So Dr. Floyd, Dr. Emerson, thank you so much for your testimony. Chairman McDuffie, thank you again.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Just one last thing. I'm not sure this came up earlier in Councilmember White's questions, but I noted in the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking's testimony, they noted that some services may not be required without cost-sharing requirements for certain high-deductible health plans with a joint health savings account. I'll ask them about that statement, but wanted to just see if you all had any thoughts. They just mentioned that these plans should likely be explicitly excluded from the requirement of covering abortion care without cost sharing.
I don't have intimate knowledge of that, so I can't.
Right. I can tell you though that it's still cheaper than paying for the obstetrical care.
Right. Right. And then I noticed, I noted that in your testimony, Dr. Floyd, you mentioned the committee trying to move things along, which we intend to do. I think the measures are fairly straightforward. Both of the two we've already considered. Hence the, not a lot of questions, but one of the things, well, another thing that the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking pointed out is that they might require some time for adjustments to plan documents by the insurers. They mentioned that when new requirements are included, typically there's some time provided for insurers to bring forms into compliance. That is, it sounds like something that's reasonable, but I wanted to just give you all the opportunity to provide any comments to that part of their testimony.
I would like to say it requires that the insurance company notify people. I don't know if that's really necessary, and it's an expensive requirement for the insurers. If all of the clinicians and all of the providers are notified who file for insurance, then believe me, we'll let them know that they're required to do this to cover their patients.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to move to the next measure on our agenda, which is, and I want to thank everybody for their testimony, and I'm going to have the government, actually, you know what? No, I'm sorry. Let me have the government witnesses come, because I know Mila Kaufman is not going to be testifying on Bill 24-699. So I want to bring the government witnesses, if we could, staff, on. That's Philip Barlow, who's Associate Commissioner, Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, as well as Mila Kaufman, who's Executive Director of DC Health Benefit Exchange Authority. Thank you both for being here this afternoon. I'm going to turn first to Philip Barlow for your testimony. On both bills, just to be clear for the record, on Bill 829 as well as Bill 831.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Philip Barlow, and I am the Associate Commissioner for Insurance at the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, or DISB. DISB regulates insurance, securities, banking, and other financial services in the District of Columbia. Our mission is threefold. First, to cultivate a regulatory environment that protects consumers and attracts and retains financial service firms to the district. Second, to empower and educate residents on financial matters. And third, to provide financing to district small businesses. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the following bills. Bill 24-829, the Medical Malpractice Clarification Amendment Act of 2022, and Bill 24-831, the Reproductive Health Care Insurance Coverage Expansion Amendment Act of 2022. For Bill 24-829, the Medical Malpractice Clarification Amendment Act of 2022, that would prohibit medical malpractice insurers from taking adverse action against a health professional who provides legal abortion care. DISB supports the bill, but has a point that it would like to make for the committee to consider. The adverse action specifies health professional, which is defined as anyone licensed or permitted to practice a health occupation by the Department of Health. While most health professionals likely have medical malpractice coverage on themselves, some entities, for example, clinics, may have their own medical malpractice policy not tied to a particular health profession. Therefore, we recommend amending the legislation to add the phrase, or a facility that engages health professionals, after the phrase, against a health professional, in the new Section 3A of the bill. And then on Bill 24-831, the Reproductive Health Care Insurance Coverage Expansion Amendment Act of 2022, that would require private health insurance companies to cover abortion care without imposing cost-sharing requirements. The department also supports this bill. With regard to the Affordable Care Act, elective abortion is currently covered in the district's benchmark plan, although it is not one of the essential health benefits under the ACA. The ACA requires all health insurance plans sold on a state or federal exchange to meet the minimum standards or EHBs. States that require insurance plans to offer benefits above and beyond EHBs must, in most cases, pay for them. Specifically, the state assumes the cost of any amount attributable to the benefit's impact on the premium for recipients of advanced premium tax credits. So although elective abortion is in the benchmark plan, since it is not an EHB or essential health benefit, we currently have some ACA plans that do not cover abortion services or cover abortion services currently with cost share. Some other plans that exclude abortion services include student health plans and some large group or self-funded plans. The legislation likely will require some time for adjustments to plan documents by the insurers. Typically, when new requirements are included, some time is provided for insurers to bring their forms into compliance, but that is unlikely to be provided for this legislation, so there will be some inconsistency between the law and policy language for a period of time. Also, there are many people in the district who are not covered by plans that we regulate at DISB. These include Medicaid recipients, federal employees health benefit program employees and retirees, self-insured plans, and residents who work for employers based in other states. Note that some services may not be required without cost-sharing requirements for certain high-deductible health plans with a joint health savings account. As such, these plans should likely be explicitly excluded from the requirement of covering abortion care without cost-sharing. Note that, it's the cost-sharing that's the issue, not covering abortion care. For additional information, you can see the IRS publication and related materials. The department is fully supportive of the council's efforts to increase access to care and hope that we have offered information and valuable suggestions in our testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on these bills, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Molly Kaufman, Executive Director of the DC Health Benefit Exchange Authority. And good afternoon to you. Thank you for being here. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon, Council Member Chairperson McDuffie and Council Member White and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I'm Mila Kaufman, the Executive Director of the DC Health Benefit Exchange Authority, and we're here in support of Bill 24-0831, the Reproductive Healthcare Insurance Coverage Expansion Amendment Act of 2022. And thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, for your strong support for the Affordable Care Act and our efforts through the years. As you know, HBX was established by DC policymakers to implement the ACA and to build and operate DC's state-based online health insurance marketplace called DC HealthLink. We cover more than 100,000 people, and that includes more than 5,300 district small businesses and nonprofits. And we cover about 15,000 DC residents with individual and family coverage. And since we opened for business on October 1, 2013, and we were one of 4 state-based marketplaces to open on time, we have cut the uninsured rate by half. And now more than 96% of our district residents have health coverage. We support the bill because it will help many of our customers and builds on the ACA's health insurance reforms. Now, prior to the ACA, most states allowed the insurance industry to discriminate against women and their families. The ACA put women's health care coverage on par with men's health care and made discrimination against women illegal. These ACA protections apply to ACA small group and individual health insurance. So it is now illegal to charge women higher premiums than men. It is illegal to deny coverage altogether to women, even when they're pregnant, which used to happen all the time before the ACA. And health insurance must cover birth control at no cost to the patient. And also annual OBGYN exams and mammograms also at no cost to the patient. Now, although the ACA was a game changer for women's health care, it does require insurers that cover abortion to ensure that federal dollars do not pay for a portion of the premium attributable to abortion services. Insurers are in fact required to segregate those premiums and to provide notice to consumers, or to provide premium invoices that reflect two separate premiums, one for abortion coverage and one for everything else. Now, despite these burdensome federal administrative requirements, not required for any other types of benefits, I should note, all 27 individual and family health plans on DC HealthLink cover abortion care and services. And most small group plans also cover abortion care and services. So this year, for example, we have 157 group plans, and 16 of them do not cover abortion care and services, but 141 do. For next year, for 2023, we have 211 group health plans, 195, in fact, cover abortion care and services. ACA does not require insurers to cover abortion care and services, and that's one of the reasons this legislation is so critical here in DC. Now, many district employers covered on DC HealthLink have workers who live in other states. And in fact, 92 of our small group health plans that cover abortion care and services have nationwide networks providing in-network care to make it easy for district employers to cover workers who live outside district. Now, since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and states have passed civil and criminal laws making abortion illegal, we have been very concerned about people who live in those states and work for district employers with DC HealthLink coverage. And you mentioned Texas criminalizing abortion care. Well, we have more than 1,500 people who are covered by DC HealthLink because they work for a DC employer in Texas who are entitled to get care, covered abortion care and services. So although this bill is not looking to address all problems that women and their families now face, we strongly support the additional protections, especially eliminating cost sharing for abortion care and services. Out-of-pocket costs can vary dramatically. In addition to a deductible, patients could face as much as 40% coinsurance for the bill, which could be thousands of dollars. So eliminating financial barriers to care will help women and their families. This is especially the case if patients are forced to incur significant new travel expenses because they have to travel out of state to get abortion services from physicians in other states. Also, national studies show that restricting access to abortion disproportionately impacts women of color, as you've heard from some of the other witnesses. Eliminating out-of-pocket costs will have a positive impact on women and families struggling to access necessary medical care. Our support for eliminating cost barriers is rooted in the work we've been doing on health equity and addressing health disparities. For example, we eliminated cost sharing altogether in our standard plans for type 2 diabetes coverage because that does disproportionately impact communities of color. And since we've opened for business in 2013, we've been advocating for greater consumer protections in health insurance, and we've opposed policies that take away rights of health insurance consumers and take away civil rights of communities and people who have been discriminated against, including women, people of color, and the LGBTQ+ community. We opposed the prior federal administration's attempt to create new religious and moral exemptions that would have eliminated the ACA requirements to cover birth control at no cost. We opposed efforts to get rid of abortion coverage altogether by making it too onerous to provide. And so We strongly support Bill 24-0831, and our support is consistent with our history of advocacy to protect our customers' civil rights and access to medical care. And the need for these protections is greater today with new civil and criminal laws being enacted around the country to deprive women of essential health care and civil rights. Thank you, and I'm happy to take your questions.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to just make sure the record is clear. I know you just stated it, Ms. Kaufman, but you support the bill as drafted, Bill 21-831?
That's correct. And we also agree with the comments that the Associate Director Philip Barlow made, that with respect to HSA, high deductible health plans that are HSA compatible, in order to have those plans offered here in DC, you would have to modify the language because there's federal law that sets out standards for high deductible health plans that are HSA compatible.
Okay. And Mr. Barlow, with respect to the executive's position on 831, you made a suggestion, but I want to give you an opportunity just to state for the record, the executive does support with a caveat. You want to expound?
Yes. The as I stated in the testimony, we support both 829 and 831. I think those are the two numbers. Both of the bills I just spoke on, we support.
Okay, but
with the one suggested change to the medical malpractice bill to expand the scope a little bit to make sure that that policies issued to a facility rather than to an individual provider are included as well, and to address the HSA issue.
Okay, and then you all, I imagine, were around and heard the testimony of the public witnesses, including Doctors Emmershine and Floyd. Did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any comments to their testimony, particularly, I think, Dr. Emmershine's testimony with respect to 829? And I'll direct this to Mr. Barlow, where she pointed out that it did not protect DC-based doctors from medical malpractice insurance increases for abortion care provision. And she actually, she and Ms. Faison, Dr. Faison, actually Ms. Faison, suggested that we look at Massachusetts and what they're doing with respect to protections for abortion care providers. And do you have any comment, feedback on that?
Well, the first thing I would say is I encourage Dr. Emmershine to reach out to our department about her issues that she had with ProAssurance. We are here to help people when they have insurance issues. I'm a little unclear of the timing of all of that, all of her issues, but I think we can at least look into it and see if we can assist her if she wants to reach out to us. We looked at the bill as what it was. I don't, those issues that she raised about addressing coverage issues for people already in DC. I would hate to try to make a rash judgment on that, but if Massachusetts, we could take a look at what Massachusetts has done to see if it adds protections that are currently lacking in the district, and recommend something based on that.
Okay, I'd ask you to do that and get back to the committee. Do you all anticipate any additional costs associated with monitoring and enforcement, any impact from the implementation of this legislation? Would y'all need any additional resources, or is this something that y'all can absorb?
The department would not need any additional resources. As I kind of mentioned in my testimony, and this is kind of complicated, but when a new mandate is added to a health benefit plan for district residents who purchase individual policies and get the advanced premium tax credit, the district is responsible for that portion of the advanced premium tax credit related to that benefit. That's not, so, this, I think we have looked at this to some extent to see if there were ways to consider it not a new benefit. As far as I can tell right now, we have not found that that solution that would have this be other than a new mandate. So it's possible that there would be a requirement for the district to fund part of the APTC. I don't think it would be a significant amount of money, but it would be something I think that the district would have to pick up.
Okay, all right. I appreciate your testimony. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Robert White, for a round. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you both for being here, for providing perspectives. Chairman McDuffie covered some of what I want to cover, but let me ask, we have seen states begin to pass laws to limit access to gender affirming care, and we've been asked if we would consider expanding the bill to include gender affirming care. This is on the medical malpractice bill. Other than the challenges you mentioned with the compacts, do you have thoughts or reservations on adding protection for providers as licenses if they provide gender affirming care to out-of-state residents?
I don't see that. It sounds very similar to the issue that's covered. I think it's clear that the legislation as proposed is not allowing or not preventing insurers from raising premiums when there is sort of an adverse action on the part of the provider. So I think that expanding it to cover gender affirming care would certainly be consistent with the current proposal in the bill to cover abortion services. So I don't anticipate our position would be any different on that. That we would be supportive of that as well.
I appreciate it. And let me turn to the insurance coverage of abortion bill, and specifically for Mr. Barlow. How many or what percentage of residents have private health insurance in the district? Do we know that?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I think about a third of the residents of the district are covered by Medicaid. So and very few residents of the district are uninsured. So, when you say private insurance, if you include what we regulate, also self-insured plans, the federal government and things like that, it's the bulk of the rest of the people.
And should we expect premiums to increase if this bill passes?
I don't think that the impact of this legislation would be so material that, for example, the insurance companies would come back on already approved rates and ask for an increase. But obviously, anytime you expand benefits, if there is more, if there is more healthcare expenditures on the part of the insurance company, that would be reflected in future rate requests. But again, this would not really be a material. I wouldn't anticipate this to be a material impact on rates.
For Ms. Kaufman, do you know how many plans cover abortion care?
Yes, on the individual side, all of our 27 plans do. On the group side, this year in 2022, 141 plans do, 16 do not. For next year, 195 cover abortion care and services, 16 do not.
The ones that don't.
And I should be specific, that's DC HealthLink plans. So I'm not referring to any of the plans that that Philip mentioned, the large employer plans, the self-insured plans, government plans and such, just DC HealthLink plans.
For the DC HealthLink plans, the ones that won't cover it, why is that? Do you know?
That will not cover it?
You're right.
Yes. So when the ACA was established, it set up pretty burdensome administrative requirements to segregate premium, the portion of the premium that pays for abortion services. And one insurer nationwide decided because of that, they were going to stop covering abortion. So that's the case for 14 of the 16 products that currently do not cover abortion. 14 of those are from one insurer. 2 of the products don't cover abortion, and those are kind of the after effects of an early requirement in the ACA to have multi-state plans that were essentially set up by the federal government to ensure that there were plans everywhere. So just a long history to make a long story short, 2 of the plans are kind of remnants of that.
Okay.
But all the other plans, 195 next year, do cover abortion care and services. But it's not at zero cost sharing to the patient.
What is the cost sharing? What cost sharing is expected on average?
I don't know the average. We don't see claims here, but the way coverage design works, it varies, and it's typical to see abortion care only covered after you meet your deductible, and you could have a 40% co-insurance in addition to the deductible that you've paid. So the out-of-pocket costs can be very, very high.
Would this bill require plans offered through the exchange to fully cover the cost of abortion care?
We interpret the proposed legislation to require all DC HealthLink health plans to cover abortion care and services and to cover those at zero cost sharing to the patient. So no deductibles, no co-insurance, and no co-pays.
And my last question, I'm under the impression that in including plans through the exchange and this legislation would have a cost. Is that right? And if so, do you have an estimate for how much this cost would be to the district?
We don't have an estimate, and I think our teams, HBX and DISB teams, are still conducting the analysis whether under federal law this would be considered a new mandate. In some situations where, in some policies where the council took action, essentially our interpretation was that just because you eliminate cost sharing, that in itself does not create a new mandate. So we're still looking at this to figure out if it triggers the federal mandate provision. But even if it does, we have very few district residents who get APTC, which is the federal tax credit that lowers premiums. So if there is a cost to the district, it will be relatively small. But like I said, our two teams are still analyzing this issue, and we will definitely work with federal regulators to ensure that our interpretation, whether this fits within the mandate and triggers some kind of financial obligation by the district, is accurate. So we will verify that interpretation with the federal government.
Thank you for that. Thank you both, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councilman White. Let me just, one last, or maybe two questions. Ms. Coffin, you mentioned the cost and you're still analyzing it. Do you have a sense of how long it would take for you all to get that information to the committee? Given, this is a priority for the committee and a particular interest to members of the council?
We will make it our highest priority, certainly for my team, to work with Philip's team and then to reach out to federal regulators to confirm our understanding whether this triggers the federal mandate cost provision.
We would appreciate that. And then there was testimony by the public witnesses. Well, let me start by saying, I think you provided in your written testimony, Ms. Kaufman, that 96% of district residents have health coverage, but there was public witness testimony about something to the effect of fewer than 96% of patients are using insurance for abortion care procedures. And I wanted to give you an opportunity. I don't know if you heard that in the public witness testimony, but if you could reconcile that, perhaps.
Sure. Well, we also heard from the public witnesses that sometimes women are afraid to use their private health insurance because they're afraid of being retaliated against, either by, I would think, their employer potentially, or in other settings. That obviously that's a problem because this is coverage that you pay for and you should be able to use it. And there are all sorts of protections on privacy, including federal law like HIPAA. So we need to take a look at why women are afraid to use their coverage. But other reasons, well, 96%, more than 96% have health coverage. Some of it is Medicaid, some of it is Medicare, some of it is, other federal coverage. Some of it is large employer self-insured coverage. So whether or not all of those coverages include abortion care as part of what they cover, that's unknown. And that's why you have this bill to require as many programs that the district regulates to include abortion care as part of its coverage. But also some of the clinics here see patients from out of state and from other states that may be coming here to get abortion care. And so they may have insurance coverage that doesn't in any way cover abortion. So there may be many reasons why the providers here are seeing patients who may have private coverage, but it's not being used here.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you both for your testimony. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record for either Bill 24-829 or Bill 24-831? Mr. Barlow?
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to turn to our next measure on our agenda for today. That is Bill 24-699, the Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022. This proposed legislation would expand coverage provided through private insurers, Medicaid, and the DC Health Exchange. The DC Healthcare Alliance to include diagnosis and treatment for infertility. The proposed legislation would also prohibit health insurers from imposing additional costs or certain limitations on coverage and from placing pre-existing condition exclusions or waiting periods on coverage. While abortion-related services and access currently dominate the discussion surrounding reproductive health, fertility issues and access of coverage for fertility treatment is a critical issue in reproductive health care. According to the National Institutes of Health, approximately 11% of women of reproductive age and 9% of men struggle with fertility problems. To remedy this issue and start a family, many turn to in vitro fertilization or IVF cycle and treatment. However, this IVF cycle treatment is extraordinarily expensive. A study from the University of California in San Francisco estimates the IVF medication cost to be over $1,000. The IVF donor egg groups cost between $25,000 and $35,000, and a successful IVF treatment outcome to cost more than $61,000. To put these numbers in context, the Census Bureau stated the median household income in the District of Columbia between 2016 and 2020 to be approximately $90,000 pre-tax. The costs of IVF treatment are so burdensome that 70% of women go into debt to cover the cost of IVF, with 34% of women stopping IVF treatment because they are unable to afford it. 19 states, including Maryland, have passed fertility insurance coverage laws. These jurisdictions recognize something that the District of Columbia now recognizes: the cost of raising a child are undoubtedly significant, but district residents should not have to take on debt to start a family. And I know I'm going to recognize my colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, and thank her for her work here and recognize her for a statement. Thanks for joining us, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and good afternoon. Apologies for popping in. There are a couple other hearings going on today, but I'm so thankful to you for calling a hearing on this very important issue, the Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022. This issue is a personal one. I mean, I think anytime you're sort of talking about it, not necessarily for me, but for the experiences of friends and family members of mine, and learning about this issue when we introduced this legislation, I have to say the number of emails and direct messages I have received from residents across the district sharing their stories, it just goes to show in terms of, I think someone described the challenges that many women face in terms of fertility as a silent giant, whereas you're going through it alone. And then for some folks, you know, who are able to afford treatment, they have options, but we know that they're the exorbitant costs that are causing many to put their family planning hopes and dreams on delay. Or even worse, we have lots of individuals who are leaving the District of Columbia to go to a neighboring state in Maryland, where this is required as an insurance coverage benefit. I also learned about the folks who take second jobs at Amazon and Starbucks, businesses like those who are offering this coverage, right? Just in the idea that you have to work 2 and 3 jobs in order to just even the opportunity to start your family. And so I look forward to the conversation today. I appreciate the witnesses who have signed up to testify, and I'm going to stop there because I want to get to it. I know you have a long agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I'm going to turn to our panel of public witnesses, the ones who are with us today. Stephanie O'Donnell, sir.
Hi, yes.
Okay. I'll just have staff move them all in, the ones who are present. I'll call them as they've been in order of the public witness list. And we'll begin with you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, Chairperson White, committee members. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on this important issue. And thank you so much to Councilmember Henderson for proposing this bill. My name is Stephanie O'Donnell. I'm a resident of DC and live in Ward 4. And I am someone who has been diagnosed with infertility. I'm providing my testimony in support of Bill 24-0699, the Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022. So some of this already been mentioned, but according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, infertility means not being able to get pregnant after 1 year of trying or 6 months if a woman is 35 or older. Women who can get pregnant but are unable to stay pregnant, experiencing recurring miscarriages, may also be considered infertile. About 11% of women, over 6 million in the United States, have difficulty getting pregnant or staying pregnant. According to CCRM Fertility Clinic, the average cost for an IVF cycle is around $15,130. This does not include the cost of medication and tests. those which typically cost $5,000 to $7,000 per cycle. Currently, no fertility treatment is covered by any insurance available to residents of DC. For my partner and I, our out-of-pocket costs will easily be above $25,000 for one round of IVF. It is a reality that most patients will need more than one IVF cycle to be successful. Infertility causes a tremendous strain on a person's financial situation on top of an already huge emotional burden. After months of appointments and tests, I was told that I have a blocked uterine tube, a physical condition which cannot be fixed, and was diagnosed with infertility. I was told it would be nearly impossible for me to conceive naturally. Month after month, I have faced the pain of negative pregnancy tests, unpleasant hospital procedures, unending phone calls, and being on hold waiting for insurance companies and medical offices. I am a 32-year-old woman with dreams of growing a family and currently faced with the decision of how to afford the medical treatment I need. My partner is employed by a prominent DC environmental nonprofit, and I am a federal employee. We are very lucky to have nearly the best insurance available to anyone in the city, yet these treatments are not covered by insurance plans and will cost us all of our life savings and any chance we had at making a down payment on a home in the DMV, which could lead us to leaving our home and our life of nearly a decade here in the city. There are many others in our city who face even more difficult challenges due to infertility. I have turned to online support groups to find community and connect with people who struggle with infertility. I have read countless stories of hardworking people in our city going into serious debt to be able to access fertility treatment. Some having to take on second jobs, like Councilmember Henderson mentioned, with graveyard shifts and backbreaking warehouse jobs to be employed at companies who offer fertility coverage, like Amazon. Others max out credit cards or simply cannot come up with funding and have to give up hope of starting a family altogether. Not only is this lack of coverage affecting people who are diagnosed with infertility, but it is a discriminatory practice against LGBTQ+ families who require fertility treatments to conceive and grow their families. Fertility treatment is essential medical treatment and should be accessible to all. The passage of this bill would be a step in the direction of placing guidelines on insurance companies, as well as directing a spotlight on the inadequacies of reproductive care in our city. The state of fertility care, maternal care, and the philosophy of birth in our country are at a crossroads. 19 states, including our neighbors in Maryland and West Virginia, have passed fertility coverage mandates. The fight for affordable and humane health care in this country has been a long and costly one, as has the struggle for women's rights, bodily autonomy, children's rights, and human rights. I urge this committee to support Bill 24-0699 and ensure your constituents can access the necessary medical treatment they need. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
And thank you so much for your testimony, deeply personal testimony. Really appreciate it. Next on the list is Sarah Kloick. Not sure I see. Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
Good afternoon to you, and you can begin your 3 minutes. You have.
Great. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Cluck, and I'm a resident of DC, where I live with my husband and my very much wanted 16-month-old child. We brought our tissues today. I think you're probably going to get a lot of criers. Thank you so much. Let's just get it over with. I'll cry a little bit, and then maybe I can make it through my testimony. Thank you so much to Christina Henderson for her leadership when introducing this much needed legislation, and I urge all committee members to support on behalf of all DC residents struggling to get pregnant. It took a long time and a lot of effort and a huge toll on me to meet my kid. After we didn't have any luck trying to conceive without assistance, my husband and I sought out help from medical professionals. I was diagnosed with infertility after several tests, including a very painful test that injected ink into my uterus and fallopian tubes to look for blockages, and began my first round of treatments in 2019. We were shocked and thrilled to get a positive pregnancy test after our first medicated IUI, but I was informed by that the pregnancy was not viable during my first ultrasound, and the doctor informed me I would miscarry at some point in the very near future. After I miscarried that pregnancy, I went through 2 more IUIs, 3 rounds of IVF, and a few embryo transfers until a successful transfer in November 2020 that resulted in my first child. My husband and I consider ourselves very lucky. Infertility and seeking healthcare to treat this medical diagnosis is not an easy path. It was physically draining, giving myself shots, getting myself to the clinic for sometimes daily blood draws and invasive exams. The mental toll of it all was also very draining. I had to learn to navigate previously unimaginable, profound grief. On top of the mental and physical challenges, we had to find a way to pay to go through all of this. Not only for the actual healthcare we received, but for the therapy to help process the grief, for the supplements we read about late at night in scientific studies found in deep internet searches looking for answers, among other things. Requiring insurers to cover infertility diagnosis and treatment would certainly lighten this extremely heavy load. It would also align DC law with other states that have similar laws on the books, like the state of Maryland. I may not benefit from this legislation in hopes that it passes very quickly, but hope the council passes this into law so families enduring this process might have a little easier time through an incredibly difficult process. People that don't want to be pregnant should receive healthcare. People wanting to get pregnant should receive healthcare. I'm happy the council is considering this bill to ensure DC residents have access to robust reproductive care. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story and testimony. Turn next to Sarah Mondello.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony, and the biggest gratitude to two fellow sisters in the infertility community for sharing their stories before. My name is Sarah Mondello. I use she, her pronouns. I am a longtime DC resident, new mommy to a native Washingtonian, and someone who is grateful to have had the opportunity to make my home and build community in Ward 7 neighborhood of Hillcrest. I'm speaking today in support of the Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022. My path to motherhood was not easy. Pregnancy loss during the pandemic led to the eventual diagnosis of a low AMH and need for outside interventions to become pregnant. I could spend a lot more time talking about the physical, mental, and emotional journey that too many of us struggling with their infertility face. But for the purpose of this hearing, I want to emphasize the opportunity DC has to lessen one of the greatest burdens in navigating this struggle, the financial aspect. In June of 2021, I learned that I'd need to work with a reproductive endocrinologist to try and become pregnant. Soon after, I was logging into my insurance to try and find a covered provider when I soon learned I had none. I spoke with our insurance broker and heard heartbreaking news. Because I worked at a small, under 50 staff, DC-based organization, infertility was one of the 2 areas of healthcare that insurance did not cover. It didn't matter that I was the executive director of the nonprofit. It didn't matter that our budget was well over $10 million or that I had 16 people on my staff. The ability to access this coverage for myself or any others on my team was out of my hands. In order to find coverage, instead of paying tens of thousands of dollars out of pocket, I started the transition out of my executive director role early and took on an additional job that had infertility coverage, meaning I was working 50 to 60 hours a week. I was lucky to access minimal coverage, but I shouldn't have had to leave my nonprofit that I ran to access this insurance coverage in order to grow my family. The inability to provide insurance coverage for infertility is something that I've discussed with DC-based executive director peers at length. It impacts our ability to hire staff. For friends and colleagues struggling with infertility, it's impacted our decisions about where to live, with some choosing to leave DC and move to Maryland, where there are more insurance coverage options. Infertility affects approximately 1 in 8 couples of childbearing age. But when I look at my circle of colleagues and friends, I would not be surprised if that number is significantly higher. From those starting families later in life to same-sex couples wanting to start their own families, or people like me who need extra help to have a little one. I love this city, and that we lack legislation to ensure health insurance coverage of infertility treatments is in conflict to the values of this city I love and have come to make my home. Cost should not be a barrier to starting a family. And given the powerful testimony from other witnesses, I feel compelled to show my strong support for the other 2 pieces of legislation to make abortion care more accessible in the district. Abortion is healthcare, and this is something that those of us in the infertility community are acutely aware of. My miscarriage before my infertility diagnosis ended in an abortion, a D&C, after weeks of my failed pregnancy not passing. I'm so grateful to the committee and council members for prioritizing these pieces of legislation focused on making sure residents in the district can access abortion care and infertility treatments, and hope they advance quickly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Sarah Emershine, Dr. Emershine. Again, thank you for seeing you, for joining us. If you want to begin your testimony.
Yes, I'm pulling off the road and pulling up my testimony. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Where is my testimony here? Wrong piece of paper. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for this very important legislation. The intent, I think I lost you. The intent we really applaud. My name is Dr. Sarah Emerstein. As I mentioned before, I'm a board certified OBGYN and chair of the DC section of ACOG, as well as the clinical professor at GW. We support this legislation, and the stories of the women we just heard are stories that most of us have heard over and over again, and the sacrifices women make to start their families should be recognized. And we employed the intent here to create equity with private and publicly funded health insurance. I didn't realize that privately funded insurance wasn't covering it either. Parity between privileged and marginalized patients, it's so important. And I'm not a lawyer, but to me, the legislation as written is simultaneously vague and too narrow. It's frozen in time. Currently, I am unaware of any insurance plan that pays for unlimited fertility treatments. IVF cycles, for example, are often limited because the huge ongoing expense is not justified by exponentially diminishing returns with each failed cycle of fertility treatment. Age limits or limits on patients with an absent or totally non-functioning reproductive organs, for example, would preclude futile expenditures. The bill does not address egg retrieval or sperm collection and storage for future use. The bill does not address surrogacy, a treatment for many types of infertility, including same-sex couples. It does not address donor egg or donor sperm, and it defines infertility after 1 year. As you have heard, it is generally defined after 6 months because time is of the essence in women over 35, diminishing age-associated fertility with quicker action. And there are multiple reasons that more white women seek infertility treatments than access and cost alone. White women delay, and Asian women delay first childbirth, either voluntarily or because of infertility, an average of 3 to 5 years later than non-Hispanic Black women. So expanding access and coverage is good, but not unlimited access. If the bill did all the aforementioned procedures, it would still be inadequate because medicine evolves. Next year, or the year after, or the year after that, sometime in the future, there would be a newer, better, safer procedure denied to patients because the definitive list in this bill excluded technology and development because we can't predict the future scientific successes under investigation now or not yet imagined. Or it might require new legislation or litigation to get better treatment, newer treatments covered. Indeed, as written, this is an open checkbook for futile infertility workups and ripe for abuse. But don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Please keep the intent. Work with fertility specialists. Consider reasonable treatments and reasonable limits. With our limited healthcare dollars, we can't allow unlimited infertility evaluation or treatment to outspend cancer, kidney dialysis, cardiac surgery, or outspend its utility. We at ACOG are available for consultation anytime legislation is being written, even before bills are submitted. We can provide our professional insight on legislation. That's it. That's my last paragraph.
Yeah, I'm happy to give you a little bit of time on my round of questions. But I know we have some other witnesses who've been waiting.
Absolutely, no problem. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. I'm going to turn next to Commissioner Trupti Patel, Commissioner ANC 2803. It's great to see you. Thanks for joining us and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie. Thank you for holding this hearing. Councilmember Christina Henderson, thank you so much for pushing forward this legislation. This is actually deeply, deeply personal for me. What a lot of people don't know about me is that I suffer from circumstantial infertility, and infertility is stigmatized and And due to that, many of us stay silent. Life threw me several curveballs in regards to my journey to motherhood. In the last 15 years, I have lived through the following: financial instability, going without health insurance because I couldn't afford it. I survived an attempted sexual assault. And then I had a terminally ill parent. After my father passed away from stage 4 brain cancer, I could stop being the dutiful daughter and recenter my own life. The factors of age, career choices, and financial instability labeled me as an unsuitable prospect in my culture. Many will tell you that I'm rather bohemian and decided motherhood would look different for me. However, when I started the research, I would discover the following. Just to get tested for egg quality is $500. The medication and just freezing my eggs would be at a minimum of $15,000. Those are financial price tags, but we don't talk about the emotional price tags around infertility. To be told by medical professionals that my time window is essentially non-existent to have a child from my own body. My doctors would tell me that I'd have to have at least $100,000 to have a child at this point. The choice in having children is incredibly personal, and to feel that finances would most likely be the reason I won't be a mother is hard to accept. This legislation would make the difference for so many women. I wish it were in time for me to benefit from it, but I'm more than happy to echo my support for it. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Commissioner Patel, for sharing a deeply personal story with the committee. We do appreciate you being so vulnerable. I'm going to turn next to Georgette Kerr, who's a volunteer with Resolve, National Infertility Association. Thank you for being here. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Chairperson McDuffie, Co-Chair White, Councilmember Henderson, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Bill 24-0699, the Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022. My name is Georgette Kerr, and I have been a DC resident since 2006. For the past 3 years, I have been a volunteer and the DC state captain for Resolve, the National Infertility Association. Earlier this year, I worked with Mayor Muriel Bowser's office on a proclamation declaring April 24th through 30th National Infertility Awareness Week in the District of Columbia to raise awareness about infertility and barriers faced by the family building community in the district. With the legislation being considered today, the DC government now has an opportunity to move beyond raising awareness and to increase access to care for district residents. I am 1 in 5 people living in Washington, D.C. who struggles with infertility. I am 1 in 4 women who has experienced a miscarriage. And this is all because my husband is 1 in 800 people who suffer from a rare genetic condition known as a balanced translocation. If we tried to conceive naturally, at best, we would have 1 in 8 odds of bringing home a healthy baby. Often, couples with this diagnosis experience double-digit miscarriages and the physical and emotional trauma to accompany them in their efforts to build their families. For couples like us, this makes IVF, which allows for analysis of an embryo's chromosomes, the best shot for safely conceiving a healthy baby. We always envisioned our family with 2 children, and having biological children remains a priority and an important part of our identity as a couple. When we decided that IVF was the right path for us, we quickly learned we had no access to health insurance that would provide even partial coverage for fertility treatment. I am the part owner of a small business founded here in Washington, D.C. All of our employees secure their health insurance through a spouse or DC HealthLink, which has never offered plans with fertility benefits. My husband is a Marine Corps veteran who is now a civilian civil servant for the Air Force. Strict eligibility criteria meant that the VA offered us no support. Further, the Federal Employee Health Benefits Plan has traditionally not offered plans with fertility benefits. The Federal Office of Personnel Management will just begin offering 4 new plans with very limited assistance for reproductive technology benefits next year. Only because we were fortunate enough to have the means to pay out of pocket for fertility treatment, I am now an IVF mom. My rainbow baby will turn 1 on Thursday. It took us 2 egg retrievals, 2 frozen embryo transfer cycles to bring my daughter home. She has brought such joy into our lives that earlier this year we pursued IVF again to make her a sibling. While we're still trying to complete our family, to date, Our testing, treatment, and medication has cost us roughly $70,000 out of pocket. This is an investment that is unfathomable for many families in the district, especially in today's economic environment. There are so many amazing would-be parents who, on top of the physical discomfort and emotional anxiety of going through fertility treatment, quickly burn through their savings or clean out their retirement accounts for just the chance to become pregnant with the support of assisted reproductive technology. No one should have to go through the grueling journey of infertility treatment with the added pressure of trying to figure out how to make it affordable while still making ends meet. Infertility is a disease, and just like any other disease, it should be covered. I am grateful that my journey with infertility is coming to an end. However, being empowered with the knowledge from IVF that my children have inherited their father's genetic condition, my husband and I have made it a personal mission to advocate for policy change to ensure they encounter fewer barriers to family building than we did. Having spent the past 3 years of my life consumed by infertility, I am also proud to stand with all the brave men and women in DC who have lacked access to treatment for infertility for far too long. I urge this committee and the full DC Council to expeditiously pass the Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022 so that our great city can join the 19 other states that already have mandated fertility coverage. Thank you for your consideration. Please consider me a resource as the council considers additional ways and might support DC residents struggling with infertility. Thank you again.
And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn next. I think a couple of folks were not able to join us, so we're going to number 10 on our witness list and the final witness for this panel, Maya Martin Cadigan. And it's great seeing you. Maya, thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, and to the entire Committee on Business and Economic Development and the council members and their staff. As you shared, my name is Maya Martin Cadogan, and I'm a Ward 4 resident and sixth-generation Washingtonian. As you just shared, I typically come before the council in my professional capacity as the founder and executive director of PAVE, which stands for Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. But I'm here today in my personal capacity to testify in support of B24-0699, the Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022. As an expectant mother who has suffered 3 miscarriages between 2019 and 2021, one of the 12% of American women of reproductive age who have experienced infertility, and having been through 3 rounds of IVF with my partner, my husband, James Cadogan, to conceive our first child. One of the great injustices in our economic system is the burden that the American system places on families, especially Black, Brown, and low-income families. One of those burdens on Black women in particular is the challenge of access to fertility treatments. While Black women are more than twice as likely to suffer from infertility as compared to white women, infertility treatment is cost prohibitive to most Black women and families given our community's historical and glaring wealth gap. The average IVF treatment, a process which my husband and I went through 3 times, is around $14,000, but in the DC area, we were quoted prices around $30,000, including the medications. That does not include services like PG testing, which is critical for my husband and myself as we experience some recurrent pregnancy loss due to chromosomal issues with our embryos. As my husband and I experienced our painful losses at 6, 8, and 10 weeks when I was of advanced maternal age, we weighed either buying a house, allowing us to put long-term roots down in the place that 6 generations of my family have called home, or funding an IVF cycle. No woman or family should have to make that choice. And thankfully, due to a New York law, we did not have to. My husband now works for an organization headquartered in New York, and their insurance benefits follow the policies set forth by that state. In January 2020, New York passed an infertility law requiring all employers with over 100 employees to cover 3 rounds of IVF, and that is exactly what it took for us to transfer an embryo that we are excited to welcome to the world in December 2022. As a result of New York law, as a Black couple who purchased our first home nearly in our 40s with the savings we had built over 20 years of work, we were able to both buy a house in DC, and we were excited to welcome our son into it. Don't we in DC want to make both homeownership and children possible for other families, especially Black families that we are losing at an alarming rate? Even our neighboring state of Maryland has a fertility law in the books that requires coverage of fertility treatment by insurance carriers. I know friends who have moved to Maryland to employers to get coverage? Do we want to lose more families, especially Black families, to Maryland who would otherwise want to build a home here in DC? I do not think that is good for the economic development or businesses of DC. As we continue to focus on racial injustices in our policymaking in DC, I urge the council to address this racial justice issue that is disproportionately impacting families, especially Black families like my own. And I'm thankful that New York provided my husband and I with the option to both own a home in DC and start a family here. But it would have been my hope that that option would have been provided by my favorite city on the entire planet, DC. I want to thank Councilmember Christina Henderson for introducing this legislation. I hope all of her fellow council members will not only move this from the committee to a full vote by the council, but that in 2022, our mayor and council will sign this bill into law for the families of DC.
Thank you, Maya, for your testimony. Really appreciate you sharing that. That concludes our public witnesses. And so I'm actually going to turn to Councilmember Henderson first as the author of this bill for a round of questions for the witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. And I want to say thank you to all of the public witnesses for the deeply personal testimony and for being vulnerable enough to even share your stories publicly. I wanted to ask, we got multiple Sarahs. Okay. I wanted to ask Ms. Adulo if you are here, if you're still with us. Hi. Thank you again for your testimony. I wanted to ask in terms of your experience when you were leading your nonprofit organization, and even Ms. Cadogan, if you wanted to come back, because I know you also lead a nonprofit as well, in terms of without this law, are insurance companies, when your organizations were going out to sort of seek private insurance companies or offer private insurance for your employers, was this even something that was even an option in terms of the offerings that private insurers were bringing to you in terms of proposals?
No, it was never an option. And actually, in discussions with my organization's at the time insurance broker, she said, and I'm nursing, so different setting, because I was very lucky to have my little rainbow baby. But our insurance broker was like, this is something that so many companies would love to see, because she's constantly being approached the same question of, is it possible to get coverage? How can I do this? And it's just not possible, certainly for, from what I was told, small businesses, so staff under 50, since we don't have the ability to negotiate directly with insurance companies in the district.
Okay.
Yeah, and for PAVE, like many small businesses, we actually use a PEO for our health coverage, which is called TriNet, and they only follow the laws of the state and what kinds of plans that they offer. So it was not even an option with any of the plans for healthcare, and we actually offer pretty generous healthcare benefits that provide a free PPO for all of our staff with a very, very low deductible. But I just couldn't even make it an option for any of our staff, and the majority of whom are women, which is something that was really important to me. So then I went through Carrot Fertility, which is a separate provider that had just started providing benefits through to small businesses, except you had to do a minimum amount every year. And so I had to put in $15,000 an employee, not knowing if the employees would use it or not. But either way, I would have to spend about $75,000 a year to make that possible. Which was just cost prohibitive when I looked at that, because I couldn't guarantee how many people were going to use it in every year. So especially for small businesses, it makes that really cost prohibitive. And I think the other piece that I think is important about your piece of legislation, Councilmember Henderson, is that this is included for low-income families, right? Not just people who have access to private insurance, which is most of our parents at PAVE, right? We are mostly Black mamas. And I would say for most of our parent leaders, the options that my husband and I had available to us, even from our private insurance, were not the options that they had available to them. And so, you know, I just think that's also it's a racial justice and equity issue in multiple ways, in terms of not just for employers and what we want to provide, but also for families who have access through Medicare and Medicaid. So Medicaid.
Thank you for that. And it's so funny, I'm laughing when you bring up PEO, because we got another bill and another committee dealing with those. But I feel like this is super important, right, in terms of fully understanding what the landscape is. And I feel like for a lot of people, they get the insurance that they get the insurance. And frankly, it's not until like when you go sign up for your insurance with your employer, I think at least for some women, or at least for me, I know that I didn't even start to even look at like what pregnancy coverage was until we were starting to think. I was just like, okay, let's go with whoever has the lowest copay and, those kinds of things. And then once you get to a certain age, then you start reading the fine print, like, hold on. Okay, now wait, how much is a delivery even going to cost? Those pieces, but we don't even talk about like, okay, getting up to that point. So thank you for your testimony. Dr. Emmershine, I think you're driving, and so I don't want you to be unsafe. What I will say is I heard your testimony and I appreciate that. And especially remarking on how medical technologies change over time. And I think that I hear your criticism or feedback in terms of the bill is both narrow and broad. And so, if the committee decides to move this forward, I hope that's something that we can work on, and recognizing, right, there are limits to it. Or I was explaining to my staff, right, if someone has had a medical procedure that won't actually allow for them to carry a pregnancy to term, them just having the freedom to sort of tell the insurance company, well, you have to cover this, or I can do X, Y, or I can sue you, or something to that effect for discrimination, isn't necessarily helpful or what we were trying to get to. I think for us, or at least for me and my office, when we were sort of drafting this, it was around how can we be in line with neighboring jurisdictions who are also offering this coverage thus far.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We really think the intent is great. We don't want you to get rid of this. We want you to keep working on it to make sure it's usable.
Yep.
And thank you to the women who shared their stories. It's very moving.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel, thank you so much for being here. And I think it was maybe, I think to Stephanie and Sarah and, I think she dropped off, Ms. Kerr. I feel like where we are in society is this weird place and on some issues where people think that if I can't benefit from it, then nobody should have it, which I think is a really bad place for us to be. And so I appreciate you all being here to advocate on behalf of women and birthing people that you don't even know, being able to start their families without necessarily having to go through everything that you all went through in your journeys. And so I thank you again. And on that, Councilmember McDuffie.
No, I want to echo the thanks to all the witnesses who testified here. Most of you all sharing very personal stories that resonate with me. And as chair of the committee, we want to make sure that we can address some of the concerns that have been raised. I don't know if I frame it as concerns so much as, I think it's mostly Dr. Emmershine. And frankly, I want to give you an opportunity, your testimonies on behalf of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. And I cut you short. If there are specific suggestions that you have or that you would like to articulate for the record, about how we can better perhaps craft this legislation, given your support for the intent, but some of the things that
Absolutely.
you raised.
I think Councilmember Henderson heard and recognized some of them, and that is, we don't want to get tied to listing specific things. We need to consider alternative couples besides saying broadly infertility, and we do have to put some limits on it. We do have to figure out how to make it so that if we're going to make it equitable, we can't spend it all on the people who put in their claims in January and then run out of funds. I think there are pretty good standards from the infertility specialists about how many cycles of IVF and when pre-implantation testing is appropriate, which isn't necessarily mentioned, but I heard two people of the women who talked about their personal journeys talk about very newer technologies that I haven't even heard of that are coming up, I'm sure. At the same time, not having it be a blank check.
Are there specific jurisdictions you would have us look at? I know Councilmember Henderson did some of that research already, but I wanted to pose that question to you as we contemplate this measure.
Thank you for asking. I do not offhand, but I can connect with the ACOG's National Office of State, state issues, and see if they have ideal legislation that they would like us to emulate.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I'll get back to you.
Thank
May
you
take
so
me a
much.
week or two.
No, please. Whenever you're able to provide
Really,
information, we would appreciate
I'm
it.
available. I'm pretty much retired. I am working at a clinic in Virginia.
You know what? You've testified
little.
on about 3 bills today. So I appreciate your availability and your input. It's incredibly important
Thank you.
for us here at the
I think
committee.
10 bills in the last, 10 bills in the last year. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate all the great work you do.
No, absolutely. And then I want to just turn to Maya Martin Cardigan, because you pointed out, I think others may have as well, but this is really an equity issue, and the District of Columbia has really prioritized equity in the work that we've been doing, and I've been proud to lead on those issues. I think it's, for some people who are less familiar with this issue, it might make sense for them that private medical insurers would cover this sort of care, but they might, raise questions about whether this is something that is wise for public medical insurers to cover. And I wanted to just give you an opportunity to expound on what you had mentioned earlier about, and there's obviously racial and economic dynamics to it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Black women, as I shared in my testimony, are twice as likely to experience infertility as white women. And we don't talk about that, right, as a society. And oftentimes I think Black women don't feel comfortable having those conversations about our fertility, because that is something that's just very much silenced. And I think all the women on the panel talked about that, but I think it is really acute in Black communities. And I think we want to be DC wants to be a place where our Black community can continue to thrive and stay here. And I don't want people to make decisions, whether or not it's because they're a private employer, about leaving. And I also don't want people to make decisions about the kind of families that they're having based upon those challenges, right? Like, I think if we're thinking about this as a racial justice issue, I think it's exactly the way that Councilmember Henderson has written the legislation. So it's not just about private insurance. It's also about what we're providing through public insurance, like public support in terms of Medicaid. So I think that is just incredibly important in how we are structuring the system. And it's something that, like, so many of our parents at PAVE, when I talked about it, many of them have had similar experiences, right? But they're oftentimes hidden and covered. And I think your work on the NEAR Act and your work thinking about, the Racial Equity Office and the work that you guys are doing, I think we should weigh the racial equity implications of the bill and make sure that what we're doing is really thinking about how this impacts disproportionately Black communities in particular. And I think that's especially important for Black women as, we know the maternal age has been inching upwards, right? We want Black women to be able to both engage in the workforce and to start families. And I think that this is a huge barrier. And I, as a sixth generation Washingtonian, you and I are both native Washingtonians, Councilmember McDuffie, we want to be able to stay here. And I don't want to have to make decisions about whether or not I stay in this place that's borne me and 6 generations of my family since the 1800s, based upon whether or not fertility coverage is offered, because I don't have the wealth to tap into. Like, when you listen to a lot of the stories nationally, people are tapping into, like, their homeowner, like their housing, kind of equity and different things, family members, we didn't have any of that to call upon. And so we were really weighing a decision about, do we build long-term wealth or do we invest in IVF so we can have a family? I mean, honestly, we should be able to have both. And we are people who have the income to be able to do that. Imagine what that feels like for a low-income family who doesn't even have that option at their fingertips. So, I think this really is a racial equity question, because even for those of us that are Black that are making decent incomes in DC, we still don't have the wealth of similar families making the same income. And that is something that for people in states without IVF coverage, they've had to, or infertility coverage, they've had to tap into.
Yeah, it's particularly a salient point that I don't know that a lot of folks think about is, there are a host of reasons why people might consider leaving the District of Columbia, right? We can talk about, filing equality school, public safety issues, trying to find a good job. But access to fertility treatment is something that I think you and Councilmember Henderson have helped to elevate as something that is a real choice and decision that people are making. I also want to point out that, some of the folks who testified today shared, those deeply personal stories, but, how the lack of access to fertility treatment impacted their relationships. And some of the witnesses mentioned their identity as a couple. I mean, this was really, really, I think, impactful testimony by the witnesses. And I just want to mention that again, because I think it bears repeating. This is an important measure before the committee, and I thank you all for your testimony. I do want to turn next to our government witness for this measure, and we are joined again by Philip Barlow, who's the Associate Commissioner for the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking. Welcome back. I appreciate you rejoining us, and you can begin your testimony.
All right. Good afternoon again, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Government Operation and Facilities. Again, my name is Philip Barlow, and I'm the Associate Commissioner for Insurance at the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, or DISB. And we regulate insurance, securities, banking, and other financial services in the District of Columbia. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Bill 24-699, the Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022. The Expanding Access to Fertility Treatment Amendment Act of 2022 would expand coverage provided through private insurers, Medicaid, and the DC Healthcare Alliance to include diagnosis and treatment for infertility. It would also prohibit health insurers from imposing additional costs or certain limitations on coverage and from placing pre-existing condition exclusions or waiting periods on coverage. Please note that as a new mandate, there will likely be a financial cost to the district specific to ACA plans sold on DC HealthLink and the individual markets. While the benefits are currently available for the diagnosis of infertility, they are limited to infertility counseling and testing, and the district benchmark plans explicitly excludes coverage for all assisted reproductive technologies, including artificial insemination and intrauterine insemination, in vitro fertilization, gamete intrafallopian tube transfer, zygote intrafallopian tube transfer, cryogenic preservation or storage of eggs and embryos, and related evaluated procedures, drugs, diagnostic services, and medical preparations related to the same. We do not know at this time what the cost attributable to the new mandate might be, but we do know there are about 3,300 people on the exchange that receive an advanced premium tax credit, and that the average total subsidy is around $343. So again, it's not likely, well, it's likely to be more expensive than if we have to do, we have to cover the cost for the previous bill. It's still not going to be really a material cost. Also similar to the Reproductive Health Care Insurance Covered Expansion Amendment Act of 2022, the proposed effective date of this new benefit would result in an inconsistency between the law and policy language for a period of time as insurers revise their policy forms to come into compliance with this bill. The department is fully supportive of the council's efforts to increase access to care and hope that we have offered information and valuable suggestions in our testimony. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a few questions. I want to begin. So when you just ended, you talked about cost and you talked about essentially the proposed effective date. Do you have a sense for what a proposed effective date might look like if this were to be passed by the council?
Well, so typically when new benefits are added to insurance coverage, generally we generally look to a period of like 6 months after the effective date of the legislation to allow insurance companies to update the policy form language to reflect the change. This being health insurance coverage, the individual plan sold on the DC Health Link only change annually, January of each year. So the question would be whether we want them to add this benefit in the middle of the plan year or wait until 2024 for coverage to become effective. And I will point out that likely for this one, I would more expect the insurance companies for this to have not a major, but still an impact on premium rates more than the abortion one does, because again, that's something that's covered in some instances now, and the big change there was the without cost sharing.
Okay. Thank you for that. Just to be clear, I know I heard what you said in your conclusion, but I want to make sure it's clear. Does the executive actually support this measure with the comments that you just provided about cost and as well as proposed effective date?
So for this one, I think we think that it's entirely appropriate for the council to set a policy about what should be covered as far as fertility coverage for the district. But we feel like this is really a question for you as the legislature to decide, because there is a trade-off of, the cost versus the benefits that we think that it's important for that something for you to decide on behalf of the residents of the District of Columbia.
Okay.
We're certainly not opposed to the legislation, but figuring out exactly how to balance the cost and the benefits is something that really is something that we think that should be for you to decide rather than for us to tell you what we think it should be. I'm sure heard testimony from the witnesses. Dr. Emmershine applauded the intent of the legislation, but pointed out some aspects where she thinks things can be improved. Do you have any comments on some of the things that she testified to with respect to, potentially put limits on and some of the other comments about ways to perhaps enhance the effectiveness of the measure? I will say that, I have not heard any feedback from from our stakeholders to this point about specific changes that they think would make the bill better. This is, I think that some of her comments were useful, helpful points. I think that we could probably get some feedback from some of our sources and subject matter experts to help if you wanted to try to better identify some limits to put on this. I don't know what those would be off the top of my head. I think there are models of legislation that have already been adopted, as I think you mentioned, in many other states. And I know I have heard comments that this is broader than some of the other states. So, that might be something, but I don't have suggestions off the top of my head, but that's something that we can certainly look into and provide you with information about what is happening in other states that may balance the benefits and the cost.
Okay. I know Amelia Kaufman was here for the last measure, not for this one. So I don't know if you have any insights, but I'll toss the question out anyway. Some business owners have submitted testimony to the committee regarding the inability to negotiate or add fertility treatment to their insurance coverage when purchasing insurance through the health benefits exchange. Under current law, can employers using the health benefit exchange negotiate fertility coverage? I don't know what you know the answer to that, but I thought it important enough to put on the record.
So unlike large group plans where there is the ability for employers and the insurance company to negotiate, the level of benefits they want to provide, the plans that are sold on DC HealthLink are determined in advance. There is no, you have to take the plans as they are given. I don't believe there's any prohibition on plans in DC HealthLink offering fertility coverage, but I think it's one of those things where likely, it's not one of the essential health benefits, and they can't offer it. If you put it in a plan, it's either in the plan for everybody or it's not in the plan for anybody. So, yes, I think that generally drives them not to include it for those two reasons. So I don't, without this law, I doubt there would be much movement on the part of the plans in the shop to offer fertility treatments as part of their plans.
Okay. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Henderson to see if she has any questions for our government witness here.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. And thank you, Commissioner Barlow, for being here and for your testimony. Just to sort of follow up on the last exchange, I wish Mila was still here, but I did have an opportunity to talk with her, I think we had an exchange a few months ago when I introduced this bill about there not being any plans on the HealthLink right now or on the health exchange right now who offer fertility coverage. But obviously, they're not prohibited from doing so, but it's not required. So that is sort of one of the impetus here. But Commissioner, my question, to go back to something that Councilmember Duffy was asking earlier around applicability dates. I didn't know whether or not, does DISB have any particular rules around when new coverage benefits are offered, requiring some type of grace period for companies, or is just the 6 months, is that just a courtesy, or is that a required at least 6 months time?
No, we don't have any requirement, but again, in order for insurance companies, it takes a while for insurance companies to update their policy forms, to incorporate new requirements, to get those filed and approved by us, and then to get them implemented. So, you know, for benefits where there is not a, for the new mandates where there is not a, an issue of having it effective immediately. I'm going to have to move so my light will come back on. Typically 6 months is enough time for them to do all of that. If that amount of time is not given, then the law is the law, and so they would have to comply with it. The problem is, obviously, if somebody looks in their policy form for a benefit, it won't necessarily be there. So that might it causes a little bit of confusion in when that time is not given. But that's certainly something that it's a nice, when there's the opportunity, it's nice to be able to give the insurers the opportunity to to get everything lined up. But
yeah,
but we have no requirement.
I agree with you on that front, right? Obviously, none of this should necessarily be punitive in nature to the businesses and wanting to provide them with the access. And I also know that, from our side, by including this for both Medicaid and DC Healthcare Alliance, we're going to have to do some things on our end as district government. And so I guess I'm sort of telegraphing that I think while the bill is written to say, like, at the start of 2023, the reality is that if we are giving companies time, but then also trying to align with open enrollment, but also giving us district government time to fund this from the Medicaid and DC Healthcare Alliance perspective, we are really talking about 2024. And I'm okay admitting that and acknowledging that from a process standpoint, if we are, if we're able to move forward. You mentioned in terms of the costs, that there would likely be an increase. What we saw in for other states who have already implemented this, that premiums rose like less than 1%, which I actually think is not bad, given the outweigh of the pros for individuals who need the coverage. When you say minimal, is that sort of what you were thinking, in that sort of range?
That's consistent with the information that I've been able to get, that it should be less than 1% increase in the cost.
Great. I don't know if you would have had this conversation with some of the other jurisdictions, but any of your other insurance colleagues in other places, did they share with you all some of the pitfalls that we should maybe watch out for in terms of your job from a regulator standpoint?
I have not heard of any other pitfalls from any other states. Honestly, we didn't specifically ask for that, but particularly if we are looking at kind of given some time for this coverage to begin, that's certainly something that we could look at, and we could reach out to them and find out if we can get any advice from them as we move forward with this.
That would be great. I think that when we did legislation around expanding doula coverage and insurance in DC, we looked at some of the other states who did it, and we learned some valuable lessons in terms of, like, hey, our reimbursement rates need to be competitive if you're going to actually want people to participate, those types of things. And so I think that's like the good thing about legislation in general, is that we're not having to reinvent the wheel here. And so I appreciate your testimony. I appreciate, I'm going to say, the support of the Bowser administration. And I say that in that I hope she wouldn't.
At the roundabout, take the first exit on Van Ness Street Northwest.
I hope she wouldn't veto the legislation if something. I can't imagine that she would. But anyway, I say all that to say I don't have any other questions, Mr. McDuffie. Thanks so much again for holding this hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson, and thank you to you, Philip Barlow, and all the public witnesses who testified prior to you. I don't have any additional questions. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record before we transition to our next bill?
No, I don't have anything else. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on all of these bills.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from the testimony on Bill 24-28, the HIV in-home test tax exemption amendment act of 2021. This bill was introduced on January 15th, 2021 by council members Pinto, Che, Henderson, Nadeau, Bonds, Lewis, George, and Gray. It was referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on February 2nd, 2021. As introduced, this bill would exempt sales of HIV in-home tests from taxation. HIV in-home tests were first approved by the Food and Drug Administration almost 9 years ago, making it possible for Americans to learn their HIV status in the privacy of their own home. Along with the availability of treatment, the knowledge of one's HIV status has proved crucial to HIV prevention and improved public health. However, the cost of these in-home tests is around $40, which can be prohibitive for many district residents. The purpose of the proposed legislation is to help make HIV in-home tests more affordable and therefore more accessible for district residents. I am going to see we've been joined by Councilman Rob White. I'm not sure if he's here or not, but I wanted to recognize any available council members if they wanted to make a statement before I proceed to our witnesses. I understand from staff that the single public witness who had signed up to testify for this matter is now unavailable to testify. And so we're going to turn to our one government witness. And I do see person available. So we've got representation from the Office of Tax and Revenue within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Good afternoon, although we're getting into good evening now. Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, I'm Andrew D. Ryder, Assistant General Counsel for the Office of Tax and Revenue. I'm pleased to present testimony on Bill 2428, the HIV in-home test exemption Amendment Act of 2021. District law expressly exempts certain types of sales from its gross sales tax. Those exemptions are enumerated in DC Code 47-2005. Under the code, sales of medicines, pharmaceuticals, and drugs are exempt from the sales tax, whether or not prescribed by a medical professional. Importantly, this exemption applies to any substance or mixture of substances containing at least one recognized medicine, pharmaceutical, or drug intended to cure, mitigate, or prevent disease. And that's DC Municipal Regulations 9, Section 450.2. Since in-home HIV tests are not used to care, mitigate, or prevent HIV, these tests are currently not exempt from district sales tax. The bill would amend 47-2005 to add an exemption for the sale of in-home HIV tests. The proposed exemption can be administered by OTR. OTR would publicize the new exemption and work with retailers, their vendors, and the general public to ensure that the sales tax is no longer charged on these tests. The challenge, however, is to communicate and answer questions about which tests are exempt, since the bill does not offer a definition of in-home tests. The United States Food and Drug Administration regulates and authorizes all tests that detect HIV. The FDA's website lists all of the authorized tests, including those authorized for in-home use. Currently, the FDA has authorized 3 tests for in-home use. They're listed in my testimony: the Everywell at-home HIV test, OraSure HIV-1 oral specimen test, and Ora quick in-home HIV test. As the bill is currently written, OTR would interpret the exemption as applying to any product that is sold as an in-home HIV test, even if it has not been authorized by the FDA. Retailers require clear definitions of exempt products to ensure that the proper sales tax is collected and avoid potential penalties and interest if OTR were to audit a retailer. Therefore, OTR recommends requiring that the test be authorized by the FDA to be exempt from the sales tax. Recommended language is appended to my testimony for the committee's consideration. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for the opportunity to comment on the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder, for your testimony. This bill is actually pretty straightforward, and your testimony speaks to the concerns of your office with respect to the bill as drafted and the definition of in-home tests. And so you have provided, and the committee is in receipt of your testimony in writing in the Appendix A that would define, provide the language for a test that's authorized by the FDA. And I just want to mention it to make sure it's part of the record. But it says that the pretty simple language is actually, it says the Office of Tax and Revenue suggests amending Bill 2428 as follows. Sales of human immunodeficiency virus in-home tests that have been authorized by the United States Food and Drug Administration. And so it seems to go along with pretty straightforward drafting of the bill. I appreciate the suggestion. I don't have any additional questions. I'm glad that we are joined by this bill's author, Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto. And so I want to turn to her for a round of questions.
Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie. And thank you, Mr. Ryder, for being here and for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions for you. In your opinion, would it be feasible or administrable to expand this tax exemption to all in-home STD testing, or even further to all in-home testing to promote health and accessibility to testing that we'd like to see to improve public health?
I mean, that question kind of goes beyond my scope of knowing what kind of fiscal impact that would have, but just as long as the exemption provides clear definitions for OTR to administer and for retailers and consumers to know what is and is what is not exempt, I think it would be feasible to do. But again, I'm not sure on what kind of fiscal impact that large exemption would have.
Got it. Fair enough. And your testimony seemed to suggest only exempting FDA-approved tests, but it's our understanding that there are other types of tests that are on the market that residents are purchasing. So can you talk about the kind of concerns of having that language in there? Because I see some other disadvantages to changing the language to only FDA-approved tests in terms of being as broad as we'd like to be.
Yeah, I understand. And our language was just a suggestion of a definition, because I would think under the way the code is written now, a retailer or a wholesaler could say that something's an in-home HIV test, and it could be nothing related to that. And a retailer could say that qualifies for the exemption. And we would have no way, as OTR would have no way of enforcing what is or what is not an in-home HIV test. So if I took a pack of gum and put in-home HIV test on it, that's clearly not the intent of what this bill is doing. But what do we have to point to as an agency to say this is not an in-home HIV test because it's labeled in-home HIV test? So I don't think our language necessarily, and I've done more research into this. I was not aware of the other types of non-approved tests. So when I went on to the FDA's website, these were the ones listed. So I'm not sure if this was necessarily the best way to do it, but I think there needs to be a way of defining what an HIV test or an in-home HIV test is.
Got it. Okay. And are there any other kind of regulatory
local bodies that you're aware of that OTR uses for other classifications in similar contexts that you'd recommend?
I'm not sure on for tests. I do know that the regulations, when it speaks to pharmaceuticals, makes reference to a few different federal publications that come out and medical like journals that list like what's considered a pharmaceutical. And I think there's 3 or 4 reference guides in the regulation that list where a retailer or someone could look to make sure that something falls under the pharmaceutical or drug use. And this is something different. So I'm not sure if something similar to those exists for testing.
Okay, got it. We will work with the committee on that to make sure that the definitions are
and of course, we'd be
clear.
willing to look over any language and go over the sources.
Okay, sounds good. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and very nice to see you again.
Very nice to see you again, Councilwoman Pinto.
Take care. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I know the staff had mentioned to me that DC Health gives out free in-home HIV tests and STI tests. So it might be worth us just checking with them as well as we work through what this language could look like. So thank you for that. I know I imagine you all anticipate some costs, Mr. Ryder, but there has not been a FISC done yet, just for the record, correct?
Correct. There's not been FISC.
All right. I don't have any additional questions. Anything else that you'd like to add to the record before we transition to our next bill?
No, thank you, Council. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, and thank you as well. And thank you, Councilmember Pinto. And anybody who would like to testify in the public who was not able to make it, we're not able to make it today, is free to make sure that they provide their testimony in writing while our record is open for this measure. The final measure we will hear testimony on today is Bill 24-288, the Fair Meals Delivery Act of 2021. I introduced this measure on April 29th, 2021, because of the public health emergency brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw restaurants operating at limited capacity and the use of mobile applications and food delivery services proliferate. The public health emergency forced many consumers to order more takeout meals from their homes using websites, mobile applications, and other internet services. Many times, the websites, mobile applications, and other internet services are not operated by restaurants, but rather by a third-party meal delivery platform. As a matter of principle, a restaurant should know who or what third-party meal delivery platform is providing meal delivery services of food from its restaurant. For that reason, this bill will require restaurants and third-party meal delivery platforms to enter into an express agreement authorizing third-party meal delivery platforms to collect meal orders and deliver meals prepared by the restaurants to customers. The bill would also prohibit third-party platform from advertising or marketing the contact information, image, or likeness of a restaurant on its platform without first entering into a written agreement with the restaurant. Lastly, the bill would also require third-party delivery platforms to disclose to the customer in plain language and in a conspicuous manner any commission or fee charged to the customer by the third-party meal delivery platform at the time a final price is disclosed to a customer, but before the transaction is completed. We're now going to turn to our panel of public witnesses. As a reminder, each witness will have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. If anybody would like to, and we encourage it at the committee, to provide their testimony in writing. All participants should please mute their microphones when they are not asked to speak. And let's turn to our witnesses. Shay Rudell Tabasolo, who is with the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. Catherine Wells, Georgetown University. Isabella Strada. Neil Peretti, the Beck Center for Social Impact and Innovation. And our fifth witness is Chris Shetlick with Republic Cantina. Thank you all for joining us this evening. I appreciate your patience while we got through our long agenda. I'm going to turn first to Shay, and it's good to see you. Please, you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Committee Chair McDuffie. The Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington thanks the Committee on Business and Economic Development for the opportunity to provide comment on B 240288, Fair Meals Delivery Act of 2021. And additionally, we would like to express our appreciation to you, Chair McDuffie, for introducing this legislation, holding today's hearing, and your leadership in enacting recently passed emergency measures. Established in 1920, RMW is an advocate, a resource, and a community for our more than 1,400 members in the Washington metropolitan area. In the district, 96% of full-service restaurants are independently owned and operated. And our community includes everyone from beloved neighborhood spots, to family-owned restaurants, to first-time entrepreneurs, to homegrown restaurant groups, to beloved regional and national favorites. Together, we are one of the city's largest employers and leading contributors to district revenues. RMW fully supports this important legislation. Third-party delivery companies are important partners for our restaurant members and were especially critical during pandemic-related closures and restrictions. But there also must be balance and transparency. Balance because better-known companies are national players, and frequently our members' restaurants find themselves in an unequal bargaining position with these companies. Also, as has been addressed through successive temporary measures, some of the third-party companies act as a delivery conduit without having an express agreement with the restaurant whose food they deliver. This is misleading to consumers and eliminates a restaurant's ability to assert quality control over the food itself. In some cases, without knowledge of the originating restaurant, food can sit in delivery vehicles for hours as drivers juggle deliveries from multiple businesses, and customers then complain to the restaurant, which had no idea its food was being delivered. The provisions of this bill directly address this by requiring a contract with the restaurant before a third-party delivery company can deliver its food. Additionally, the prohibition against indemnification clauses in favor of third-party delivery companies properly addresses the imbalance in bargaining power, as these companies in the past have required that restaurants identify themselves indemnify delivery companies against all matters of liability, including for the negligence of its delivery drivers over whom the restaurants exert no control. Third-party delivery companies also have in the past developed websites and telephone numbers featuring restaurants with whom they might not have an agreement with, or the agreement has been terminated. The delivery company then sometimes attempts to steer patrons to businesses with whom they have agreements. This is particularly prevalent involving more ubiquitous cuisines such as pizza. The bill regulates this practice by forbidding the use of a restaurant's trademarks without an agreement in place, and by requiring that the telephone numbers or websites the delivery company creates be transferred to the restaurant upon termination of any agreement. Lastly, RMW supports the consumer disclosure provision of the bill, requiring clear disclosure pricing of third-party delivery services. And again, we thank you and the committee for today's hearing and the opportunity to provide comment. And we're available to answer any questions, include some which may be beyond the scope of the bill that inevitably come up during discussion of the delivery services.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Catherine Wells. Welcome, and thank you for being here. You can begin your testimony.
Great. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and other members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Katie Wells, and I'm a Fritz Fellow at Georgetown. My research examines the earnings and working conditions of DC area delivery drivers for Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, and Instacart. Though some of the workers in our study, we've been following 40 of them, would have liked to have been here today, their lives are such that taking time off work is difficult. Instead, we have 2 Georgetown students here who've worked with me who are going to help share some of the stories from our research. We're going to be releasing the full findings later this year, but today we want to make 2 recommendations for the Fair Meals Delivery Act. First, the Fair Meals Delivery Act usefully seeks in Section 4 to intervene in the business relationship between the third-party platform and the restaurant. by requiring fee disclosures. We recommend that the bill be amended to similarly intervene in the relationship between the worker and the third-party platform and require similar transparency on commissions, fee, and pay. We should not guarantee fee transparency only for the meal delivery customers. We must also guarantee it for those workers, which we think number in the tens of thousands in DC. Just as customers deserve to understand what they're paying, so do the workers, right, before they take a takeout meal home to a customer. Tens of thousands of DC workers who deliver for third-party platforms do not have a clear sense of what they will be paid until after a delivery is complete. What this means is the work is risky and the terms of work are really hard to figure out. 40% of the workers in our study were paid less than what they were expected for a meal this summer. Some of them were not paid at all. We have a second recommendation for the Fair Meals Delivery Act, and that's very simple. In Section 3, we suggest that it be amended to require any agreement between a restaurant and a third-party platform to mandate bathroom access for the delivery workforce. Third-party delivery workers are often stuck between a rock and a hard place when they pick up orders. They work for the app, not the restaurant. And so restaurants choose how or if to recognize a business relationship with them. In our study, 24 of the 40 workers this summer were denied bathroom access or had difficulty securing it. Winter is sure to be very busy for these workers. We are thankful that the committee, especially Chairperson McDuffie, is addressing the question of the platform industry in DC, and we hope that you will move to begin to add labor protections for this workforce. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Isabella Strada. Thank you for joining us, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Isabella Strada, and I'm a sophomore at Georgetown University. I have been working as a research assistant for Dr. Katie Wells for over 5 months now. I spent most of this past summer recruiting and talking to food delivery workers in DC. Today, I want to share some of the stories we heard from workers who were denied access to restrooms. More than half of the workers in our study reported these experiences. Alyssa, a 30-year-old new mother who works as a security guard and qualified for SNAP last year, said, "Any restaurant I've been in, I've been told, oh, it's shut down. It's shut down due to COVID, or they've blamed it on the bathroom having maintenance issues." Efwa, a 49-year-old immigrant from Ghana who delivers on apps full-time so that she can help care for her diabetic father, said, "The restaurants will look at you and tell you, oh, the bathroom don't work." Marcel, a 29-year-old manager of a retail store, likes to deliver in Northwest DC because she believes she is less likely to be declined there when she asks to go to the restroom. She said, "It's just unrealistic that DoorDash expects you to like keep going, and restaurants won't even let you use their bathroom." Vanessa, a 24-year-old full-time driver, gets mad when restaurants won't allow restroom use for delivery drivers, only for customers. "It pisses me off, not gonna lie, because when you're a delivery driver, especially a full-time one, you don't have access to a bathroom in your car. There are going to be times when you have to stop and go," she said. Amal, an 18-year-old who just signed up for DoorDash, couldn't find a restroom this summer and one night, so paid $5 to use a restroom on Georgia Avenue. He said, "It was like crazy. I had to go through all that just to find one." Cameron, a 25-year-old recent college graduate from Iran, has not been denied access, but has seen it happen to other delivery drivers. He believes it is because he looks white. I hope these snippets of stories from our study help the council address this issue and mandate restroom access for food delivery workers. It's a matter of dignity. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony and sharing those stories. I want to turn to our next witness, Neil Parody.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and the members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Neil Parody, and I'm a student at Georgetown University pursuing a master's in data science and analytics. This year, I worked as a research assistant for Dr. Katie Wells. Today, I want to share some of the stories we heard from the workers who struggled with pay transparency and were paid less than what they were expecting for their work. 40% of the drivers we interviewed told us about these experiences. I'll share a few now. Caleb, a 43-year-old disabled firefighter who lost a supplemental job during the pandemic, has been paid less than what he was expecting on numerous occasions. He said, depending on how much it is, especially if it's in the middle of a delivery, it's not worth it to fight with them, which is sad because I feel like they realize they can get away with a certain number of glitches. Esma, a 26-year-old Bosnian immigrant who drives full-time, told us about a time when this happened to her as well. She said, I was supposed to be getting paid 12 something, and then for no reason, it switched to 9 something. Pedro, another full-time driver, told us about a similar story. He said an order came in saying I would get paid $15 for 3 miles, but when I completed the order, they only paid me $10. And after sending many complaints to DoorDash, nothing. They basically said, we can confirm this, sir. And so I stopped bothering altogether. Tiana, whose car has been towed while doing this work, also finds the pay and fees confusing. She said she often accepts orders thinking that I'm going to get more money than she does. Roberta, a 65-year-old grandmother who lost her childcare business when the pandemic hit, explained how this happened to her. When the alert comes on the app, it says this trip is going to pay $574, right? And it says under the $574 in fine print includes expected tip. So the idea is that they're going to give you this money if the person tips. Well, if the person doesn't tip, that means you're not going to get the $574. So the amount changes, and sometimes you won't get the $574 because you discover that the order is actually $159. So that's what Uber does, which is very frustrating. There's always a discrepancy in the amount that they say. Sydney, a federal government employee, shared his identical story. He said, the other night I was delivering pizza and the customer offered a very generous tip up front. So I obviously accepted the job offer, but then he took it away in the end. To conclude, this is very unjust as workers in DC currently have no right to know in advance what they will be paid for third-party delivery jobs. And that's a problem. I believe the council should address this issue of pay transparency. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn next to our final public witness for this measure, Chris Vetlik with Republic Cantina. Welcome, and thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Duffy. Thank you to all for letting me speak. I'm here representing a group of 45 independent restaurant owners who are co-signatories to an open letter to the DC Council, which has submitted as written testimony. While we feel that the list and consent issue is necessary and valuable, I can't stress enough from a restaurant owner perspective how valuable the fee cap has been for the local restaurant industry. We are calling for the Fair Meals Delivery Act to include a provision making the current temporary 15% delivery fee cap permanent. All third-party delivery platforms started out with a promise of convenience to consumers. I certainly take part in this. Who doesn't want a restaurant meal delivered to your door at the end of a long day? But these venture-backed companies began to pursue customer growth at all costs by charging a comically unrealistic delivery fees, often $2, in an attempt to reset consumer habits toward delivery. Obviously, the real cost of that delivery across town to your door is more than $2. So who bears the burden? Local restaurants. You likely know that the standard commission on delivery orders before the pandemic was around 30%. Even not in a pandemic, this is an extremely aggressive cut for a restaurant to lose on each order, an industry not known for massive profit margins. However, we do find ourselves coming out of a pandemic, which has had two impacts. It's aggressively shifted consumers towards ordering third-party delivery platforms, meaning restaurants are increasingly dependent on these platforms. More importantly, though, more restaurants are struggling with back rent, debts incurred during the pandemic, record inflation on ingredient costs, very difficult hiring environment. While things may feel more normal when you are dining out, this remains a very challenging time for independent restaurants. And you've probably seen the weekly closures of restaurants. The economic health of bars, cafes, restaurants run by fellow members of your neighborhoods and communities is currently imperiled. The 15% temporary fee cap during the pandemic has been immensely helpful to restaurants. I think I speak for all restaurateurs and thanking the council for their support. But we're not out of the woods yet. Making the fee cap permanent would provide much needed financial support to independent restaurants still struggling to get their footing after a very difficult 2 years. We're calling for the DC Council to provide that support and prevent out-of-state big tech delivery platforms from squeezing local restaurants in order to pad their profits. Fun fact, DoorDash's CEO was the highest paid executive in tech last year. Meanwhile, your favorite neighborhood restaurant likely needs every dollar. A permanent fee cap would provide that support. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I got to tell you, I'm looking at the open letter. It's a lot of my favorite places on this open letter that you all provided about fee cap. So thank you for that. I will note, though, that fee caps aren't a part of this legislation. I know that throughout the course of the pandemic, we authored emergency and temporary provisions of the permanent measure that is pending before us today in Bill 24-228. And Councilmember Che had legislation which the council similarly just reauthorized after our summer recess to keep the fee caps in place. And so I don't know if Che, Brodell, Tabasolo, and the members of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington have a position or some testimony you can provide on the caps. And then I want to ask a couple of questions of Ms. Wells.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember McDuffie. And so, for RMW, we don't take a position on the caps, neither support or oppose, but however, let me say a couple of things. Chris is 100% right. The number of pressure points on our small businesses here in DC are innumerable. And the 15% during the pandemic was absolutely a source of relief. I would say in evaluating any cap, what the criteria that I would be looking at is there room for the market to work? And so as looking at any sort of permanent cap legislation in both Minnesota and San Francisco come to mind. Those are both good models because there is the 15% cap, and then there is the opportunity for the operator, if they desire to purchase additional services via marketing, and then it increases. And I do think, the number of businesses that we have here in DC, there are some operators that want delivery service, and the 15% is a manageable expense. And I think there's others that may want to pay for higher search rankings, for example, or whatever different forms that the marketing promotional services take on. However, in all that legislation, number one, that 15% has got to be clear, and it's got to be a bright line. And then both the operator and the delivery service have the opportunity to increase services, add value as appropriate and as needed, and there's that flexibility in there.
Okay. Thank you for that. I do want to make sure that we are mindful of the actual measure that's before us. And I don't think I heard anybody oppose the Fair Meals Delivery Act of 2021, which, as I mentioned, we've already approved on emergency and temporary multiple times. And so I want to make sure that the record is clear on that point. But I want to turn to the folks from Georgetown and thank you for your testimony. And I'll start with Catherine Wells. Just to ask, I'm curious how you all got involved in this issue.
Sure. So, and I'm sorry, Neil and Isabella both had to step out. They had 5 o'clock.
No worries. I remember the days of being a student, so I appreciate that. glad they can make it to testify on the record. So thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. It's really meaningful for them. So this work comes out of work that I had done for 5 years on the ride hail industry. And I have a book coming out next August with Princeton University Press about the ride hail industry in DC, where we followed 40 Uber drivers for 5 years. Through the pandemic, as many of them moved to delivery work, we were curious about the working conditions there. And there certainly have been a number of policy efforts in other cities, Seattle, New York City, but also in places like Chicago, and even Houston, to try to address worker conditions in this industry.
Okay. And the issue, first of all, I think you already interacted with my staff of the committee, but we love to have your testimony in writing. You made a number of recommendations.
I just emailed it. So
oh, perfect. Perfect. Has any of your work looked at the cap that was just mentioned by Mr. Fetlick?
So the cap, the focus of the cap really is about the relationship between the restaurant and the platform.
Mm-hmm.
Our focus is on that other part of the triangle, right, which is the worker. So what I can say certainly is there certainly are efforts to imagine, say, well, you know what, workers will say to us, how come there's a cap on the amount that the platform can take from the restaurant, but there's no cap on the amount the restaurant can take from the worker?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have research to support how it would affect the restaurant industry. What I can say is there's a desperate need to address working conditions in DC for the delivery workers who are, the heart in some ways of this industry.
And just so I understand how it works, or if you share your understanding, you just mentioned, how come there's a cap on the amount that the application can take from the restaurant, but there's no cap on the amount that the restaurant can take from the worker. Is it always set up in terms of the delivery platforms where the amount coming from the worker is from the restaurant, or is it both? Like fees that are assessed go to the worker and are determined by both the restaurant and the platform? Or how does it generally work in your understanding?
So the way it generally works is it's a black box algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
And so neither us as independent researchers, no independent researchers have been able to figure out exactly how the calculations are made. It varies by city, it varies by worker, it varies by hour, it varies by day. And so there is not a set relationship between the amount of an order and the amount that a worker will be paid. Some workers believe they get more money, more better offers if they've taken a 2-week break. I mean, there's different kind of theories that circulate. The bottom line is it's sort of like gambling. You can have a good day and you can have a really bad day.
So in terms of like tips, are the tips generally, in your experience, in your research, they go to the worker, and is it some portion that goes to either the platform or the restaurant?
Well, so that's an issue that the OAG has taken up because Grubhub and other Instacart, I mean, there have been issues of that certainly that are well documented both in DC, but what we know currently happens is something called tip baiting, which is that a lot of the platforms will offer, like, Councilmember McDuffie, like if you are to sign on and you're going to drive for DoorDash, you might get an offer for a $7 delivery from Five Guys. And you might say, okay, yeah, I'll go take that. Well, that $7 includes an estimated tip of $2.50. Well, let's say you hit traffic. Let's say the person, who is receives it decide that the food is cold and they take back that tip. So you're not actually going to get the $7. You're going to get less. So people call this tip baiting. And so the use of tips up front in these estimates of pay is really misleading. And a lot of us, who are focused on worker rights believe that it's a way for these companies to avoid paying, more decent wages.
Got it. Well, thank you for sharing that. And I want to, let me see where I am with my prepared questions. Can I ask Chris and Shay? I think I'll direct this to Chris. I remember working with y'all on throughout the course of the pandemic, and I know how tough it was and still is in some cases for the restaurant industry. And so I really appreciate your testimony and actually taking the time away to provide it. But I think it's important for the record to talk about what conditions that restaurants face before we required the third-party delivery platforms to enter into these formal agreements with restaurants. And I know there are a lot of restaurants who signed on to this open letter about the caps. And I want to just make sure to ask if there have been any changes in how the caps have worked over the course of the pandemic between the restaurants and the third-party platforms. Because I'm not sure when you all pinned the letter, and maybe you can just tell me when you all pinned the letter, but I'm curious as to throughout the course of the pandemic, with all that the council was doing, both on caps and on the agreements about using restaurants on the platforms, have there been any changes to any of that stuff? Or your experiences?
The letter was penned in June, and then I think the hearing was postponed a couple of times. But I guess is the specific question whether the platforms have increased commissions to 30% based on, I think we're kind of between temporary measures, right? Because am I right in saying the mayor has not?
Yeah, both of them have been reauthorized, yeah.
Got it. I think what we're seeing is the delivery platforms beginning to prepare for a world in which there are no fee caps. So we are starting to see more of what I think Jay alluded to, where there's an ability to nominally pay 15% commission, but you're effectively buried in the apps. I think Dr. Wells used the phrase kind of algorithms of a black box, and we see that on the restaurant side as well. But unless you're willing to pay to play, potentially at the 15% level, you will be unfindable on these apps. And yeah, that just kind of makes me nervous that we're giving more power over to these third parties using an opaque system for how restaurants are displayed and ranked. It also creates a situation that strongly favors large players. If you're McDonald's and you can negotiate good ad deals and good placements in exchange for exclusivity or whatever it is, that will come at the expense of local restaurants. And so I think that is kind of what I'm voicing here, is that DC being a city that has many, many locally owned restaurants and relatively few chains, I think really our economic base in the restaurant industry are those that don't really have the negotiation power to do much at the 15% level. So I know that increasing, I think DoorDash rolled out a 3-tier system. A restaurant can elect what percentage that they pay. And frankly, it just makes me nervous that they get a little bit of PR for allowing a 15% tier, but it effectively offers you very little as a restaurant, and you'll effectively be buried.
Got it. And I think it'll be useful, Che, if you want to, I want to direct this to you, talk more broadly about, and Chris can also weigh in, obviously, but how are restaurants doing today? I think there are a lot of folks who think about where we are and think that, businesses that were impacted by the pandemic first and significantly in the hospitality, tourism, leisure, restaurant industries have recovered. Have restaurant revenues rebounded totally? Are you all doing just fine? Give me a sense of how the industry is doing today.
Sure, I'll give my perspective, and I would love, for Chris to also. No, no, things are, I think Kathy said it best in one of her outgoing statements. It's a very fragile state of the industry. Number one concern, council member, whenever I have an opportunity to talk to a policymaker, I have to say number one concern is public safety and gun violence. In Navy Yard, we had a terrible tragedy at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday, and we have a loss of life. But we also have businesses closing, employees who don't want to come to work. And when I opened my statement by saying, we didn't take a position on this, it's because when I talk to members and we survey members, the number one issue for them is public safety and gun violence. And I listened into this morning's press conference, and it seems like there's progress being made. We're not feeling it in the streets, but it's a huge disincentive for investing, right? Is what happened in Navy Yard going to attract more businesses? Is it going to attract, incentivize someone to expand hours? And one of the special things to always remember with the hospitality industry is this is an industry you can come into with very little experience, no experience at all. And that path for upward and social mobile, upward mobility, right? That promise that America is a meritocracy, that is alive and well in hospitality. And that is why it's so important to care for this industry, in addition to being a job creator and a tax revenue generator for the city. The second piece now I'd add is it is the broad scope of inflation related concerns. It is labor is more expensive. We're looking at it likely becoming more expensive. Food costs, utilities, taxes, and then inflation. And so a number of restaurants have increased menu prices, and now we're in a place where we're worrying that, how long will diners keep coming with these increased menu prices, right? Because there's only so much that individuals can take. And then the third piece I would add to that, as well as council member, is almost every member I speak with has taken on a ton of pandemic related debt. And for any member who may have taken out an EIDL loan in late 2020, early 2021, those bills are starting to come due now. So there's a number of pressure points. The last piece I will share with you is that when we survey members, traffic is still down. Sales appear to be high, but there's two caveats to that. Number one, there is the inflation, not only from menu prices, but it's just because everything else is more expensive. And so it seems like the restaurants financially are where they were in 2019. But when you take into account inflation, we're actually down probably at least 10%, if not more. And then restaurants in the CBD and the downtown business district are feeling this effect 10 times.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you referencing the Mayor Council breakfast and the discussion about public safety. It was one of the reasons that I pointed out the need for the city and the council, the mayor, to focus on the intersection between public safety and economic development, our economic growth locally, because of the impact that public safety has on whether a person decides to dine in the District of Columbia or check out a ball game at Nat Stadium or Audi Field, or decides whether to even want to stay here. So I appreciate you raising that. I think it's a huge issue that as chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, I continue to talk about in order to make sure that we are utilizing all the tools of government to address this issue, bearing in mind that we want to focus on our economic growth, keep people here, keep restaurants and other industries to be able to hire our local workers. So, and Chris, I know you have your hand up. I definitely wanted to come to you with that question as well. So please. And then I'm going to go to our government witness.
Sure. Yeah, I don't have too much more to say, but I wanted to piggyback off what Jay said. I think, doing a informal poll of restaurant owners, that is kind of the consensus. It's a bit uneven, but it's still not great out here. And I know what I and my co-signatories on this letter are asking for is a little bit beside the point in terms of the real kind of content of the existing Fair Meals Delivery Act. But I think my pitch here and what I'm advocating is that in terms of a aggregate dollar value of what can help a very ailing industry here, the fee cap I really think is magnitudes of order larger than just the consent for listing. Obviously, like I said, I'm in support of that. Anything that levels the playing field between local businesses and the big third-party delivery players, I am all for. But take any restaurant that has come to utilize these platforms and multiplying the delta of delivery revenue annually times 15%, 30% minus 15%. And that is a massive number that I think really is a effectively zero revenue way for the city to kind of prevent these out-of-state venture-backed companies from taking money out of our pockets that I think really, for many businesses, could be the difference of staying open or closing.
Got it. Thank you for your testimony. And thank you to all the public witnesses for their testimony this evening. Really appreciate it. Sorry for that technical difficulty. We are on our last and final government witness. I really appreciate your patience this evening, but welcome you to the committee's hearing. We're joined now by Shirley Kwan Hui, Interim Director, Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. You can begin your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, council members, and staff. I am Shirley Kwan Hui, the Interim Director of Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, DLCP. I am here today to testify on Bill 24-228, the Fair Meals Delivery Act of 2021. In March 2020, the District of Columbia, the country, and the entire world was hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. At that time, the experts, lay people alike, did not know the future would hold for what the future would hold for their own health and safety and the communities to which they call home. On March 11th, 2020, Mayor swiftly declared a public health emergency, and the district entered into 2 years of uncharted territory, for which we are now recovering. The restaurant industry was one of the hardest hit industries during the pandemic. Despite the termination of the public health emergency and the public emergency, the restaurant industry is still recovering as it has not yet returned to pre-pandemic dining levels. Many cafes and restaurants closed, and those that survived had to adapt to changing regulations and restrictions that were put in place to protect customers and employees alike. One such adaptation was the use of third-party delivery services, with many restaurants offering takeout options when dining was restricted or completely prohibited. According to a 2021 study conducted by an independent company called Zipia, over the last 5 years, the revenue for the food delivery market has increased by over 200%, and online food deliveries now account for 40% of restaurant sales. The convenience of these third-party delivery platforms is one of the main selling points to customers. The district has seen an increase in the number of platforms and services, and it is important to ensure that they are properly regulated, which is why we support the legislation that is subject of today's hearing. At the outset, let me state that the executive would like to commend this committee for its work in drafting this legislation and protecting restaurants and customers alike from any fraudulent practices that a third-party delivery platform may engage in. Bill 24-228, the Fair Meals Delivery Act of 2021, permanently codifies what many temporary and emergency bills previously legislated, which is requiring restaurants and third-party meal delivery platforms to enter into an express agreement that would authorize third-party meal delivery platforms to collect meal orders and deliver meals prepared by the restaurants to customers. DLCP agrees with this provision because restaurants should be able to know what platform is carrying out the meal delivery services to customers. The bill also prohibits a third-party platform from advertising or marketing the contact information, image, or likeness of a restaurant on its platform without first entering a written agreement with the restaurant. The LCP believes this is important because restaurants should be able to know which platform is sharing its business contacts, image, or likeness with the public. The legislation also requires third-party delivery platforms to disclose to the customers in plain language and in conspicuous manner any commission or fee charged to the customers by the third-party meal delivery platform at the time a final price is disclosed to a customers but before the transaction is completed by the customer. DLCP supports this section as it protects the customer from any price gouging or hidden fees that the delivery platform may attempt to add on. I want to focus most of my testimony today on the enforcement section of the bill and the fiscal impact this would have on DLCP. The legislation charges the department with enforcing the provisions outlined in the bill by issuing fines of no less than $250 and not more than $1,000 through the authority given to the department in the Civil Infractions Act. I want to recommend language that would bolster the department's ability to enforce this bill. DLCP needs the bill to grant us authority to require third-party delivery platforms to register with the agency. The authority to require third-party platforms to register with DLCP was previously granted to our predecessor agency, the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, DCRA. Under various coronavirus emergency and temporary acts, which place a cap on the commission fees that third-party food delivery platforms could charge restaurants for takeout and delivery. Without this requirement, it would have been extremely difficult to properly ensure that these platforms were not violating the cap placed on commission fees. Accordingly, we recommend that this legislation give us the authority to promulgate rules to require these platforms to register with us. Similar to previously emergency rulemakings, the registration criteria should include the state in which the platform is licensed to do business and the applicable license number, an email address, and a physical address within the district where papers can be served, and contact information for one or more designated individuals with whom the department shall be able to communicate at all times for purposes of enforcement and compliance under this title and other applicable laws, including cell phone numbers and an email address. Third-party food delivery platforms should be required to inform the department of any change in contact information within a specific period of time. Without having this registration requirement, the department will not know the full universe of third-party food delivery platforms doing business in the district. Also, the contact information required for registering will allow the department to contact the company of any changes to the laws. But more importantly, it is necessary for proper legal service for any enforcement actions, including service of notices of infractions. Turning now to the cost of enforcement, I do want to flag there will be fiscal implications that need to be considered should this bill become law. At the beginning of the pandemic, DCRA's Consumer Protection Unit, CPU, received an increase in complaints against third-party delivery platforms exceeding the cap on commission fees. For example, early in the district's handling of the pandemic, DCRA fined the third-party delivery platform Postmates for exceeding the commission fee cap. Subsequently, Postmates came to compliance and they reimbursed restaurants and customers. And earlier this year, the district took legal action against another third-party food delivery platform, Grubhub, for alleged deceptive trade practices, which included excessive fees, out-of-date restaurant information and prices, and falsely advertising partner restaurants. During this time, the agency was able to absorb these costs, but with a permanent law in place, which is broader than the emergency or temporary legislation, and with more publicity and outreach on this topic, we expect to see even greater increase in complaints from district residents and restaurants, and will require more resources to investigate these complaints. Although the legislation does not charge the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection with public outreach, we believe that our agency will need to publicize this new law and the process of filing a complaint. Whenever a new type of violation is added to the DC official code permanently, updates are required to our website and multiple systems to create or update workflows to handle platform registrations, complaints, customer inquiries, and enforcement actions. All the items I have flagged will have costs, and we hope the council provide us with the appropriate funding. In conclusion, I want to thank the council for putting forth a bill which ultimately seeks to protect customers and restaurants from deceptive business practices by third-party food delivery platforms. As I expressed earlier in my testimony, the mayor and I share these concerns, and I can assure you that DLCP will continue our efforts in protecting all consumers. Chairperson McDuffie and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify and provide feedback on this bill. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
And I really appreciate your testimony, Director Kwan Hui. I want to kind of pick up where you just left off on the cost. I do appreciate, you articulating the cost because it's important to make sure that we understand the fiscal impact of a measure. Do you know or have a sense of what the cost would be to implement this bill?
Yeah, at this time, we do not have an exact estimate at this time, but we'll be happy to be working with the OCFO's ORA team to come up with the best estimates that we can have to accompany with this bill.
Okay, and I heard the part of your testimony when you talked about, whenever a new type of violation is added to the code permanently, there are updates required to the website. And so I do appreciate that. And I know you laid out some other areas. And so it would be helpful for the committee to have a sense of what those costs are and how much ultimately it would cost for the city to implement this.
Certainly.
But let me see, I had a couple of questions specifically. In terms of registering, like having third-party apps register with your agency, what would that entail? And timing-wise, what's your sense of how long it would take to do something like that?
Yeah, I do not expect any long time that would take for them to register with us. As long as the company have all their documents together and that they have like clean hands, and normally we have like 1 day, business day to issue license. So I expect that to be happening for this type of registration. So unless they have like clean hand issues or any back tax that they may have. Otherwise, I do not expect any obstacles in terms of giving them the license or registration that is needed.
Okay, and are the documents that a company would need in order to secure clean hands pretty typical? Or is there anything you can think of that would be required for this legislation that's not already required to register for some similar DCRA requirement or I'm sorry, what's the new acronym? Department of
DLCP.
Consumer Protection. Yeah, there you go. DLCP.
Yes, so Chairperson McDuffie, I do not expect anything extra or anything like that, just like any business that are registering with DLCP, with the same process, but with the registration that hopefully that you will include as part of your bill that would give us the ability to get the additional information that we need in order for us to enforce the law better.
And you mentioned the fee caps, which isn't a part of this legislation, actually. I know it's something that has already been passed, but does the requirement to register, for companies to register with your department exist because of the cap or some other aspects of this legislation?
No, it's unrelated. So the reference in my testimony was mentioning that it was very helpful for the previous temporary or emergency law in place at that time that gave us the authority to register the companies, which allow us to make the third-party delivery companies to be accountable in terms of enforcing the cap in terms of the. We do understand that currently right now in this bill does not have the cap, but if the council pass a law that with the cap, we definitely will make sure that we will enforce the law accordingly.
Okay. And in terms of like promulgation of regulations and rules and enforcement, given how long it's been in place with the multiple emergencies and temporaries, do you have a sense of how long something like that would take?
Unfortunately, I do not have the exact time frame, but like you said, Chairperson McDuffie, that this was have previously. So I do hopefully expect that the review process going through shouldn't take as long. But unfortunately, I don't have the exact time frame. But I think that given the that this is not something new, so I think that the review process should be a lot quicker.
Okay. I mean, just as well as the cost, I know this has been in place for some time during the course of the pandemic. So if it's something that you all have been absorbing, it might stand to the reason that there should be minimal costs and not exorbitant. But I'll leave it to you all to really articulate what that is, and maybe we'll have some follow-up questions as a result of it.
Sure, absolutely. And if I may, just to give you a little bit of understanding, during the time when we're the pandemic, our CPU unit was also tasked to make sure that the businesses are complying with the mayor's order in terms of the occupancy rate, the mask mandate, and so forth. So during the time, we were on the complaint base. So with this law in place, I think it's very important, like with the other public witnesses and during this discussion, this is something that is, and also what you mentioned earlier, this is a public safety, this is a health concern. I don't think that DLCP should be just like working on the complaint base, and that's why I'm asking for additional resources so we can be proactive about it, so we can make sure that all the businesses would have express agreement, and that and that they would be preventive in terms of their measurements in terms of enforcement of this law. So that's why I think that with this law being permanently, I think that it's not only that we need to work on the complaint base, but also in a proactive manner too. So that's why there's also additional cost compared to previously.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate you raising those. I'm pushed back a little because I think even when it comes to things like advertising the law, given how long it's already been in place and enforced, albeit through emergency and temporary measures, I would think that the public has had some sense of its existence. And so I'd be curious as to how much you all think it would cost for the department to advertise the law, as you mentioned. I do appreciate you all wanting to be proactive, though, as opposed to just simply not simply, but as opposed to the enforcement component of the law. As you mentioned, you all have been doing throughout the course of the pandemic. You'd like to be more proactive about it. And so I'd be interested to see what you all think that looks like in terms of some of the additional costs. But I don't have any additional questions. Please feel free to comment to that and offer anything else you'd like to add to the record.
I do not have anything at this time, but I really wanted to thank you for the opportunity. And I think that this law is great in terms of protecting the customers and the restaurants and the industry that is like very hard hit by the pandemic. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. And thank you to all the prior witnesses, both government as well as all the public witnesses who took time out of their schedules to provide testimony to the committee on those multiple bills. The time is now 5:54 p.m. and we've come to the end of this public hearing. I'd like to thank, as I mentioned, everyone who testified, as well as staff and others who made this hearing possible. Anyone who would like to submit written comments for the record, they will have until Friday, October 28th to do so. The time is now 5:54 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.